stepping away from active competition. And yeah, I mean, wow, very emotional. Obviously, we did that special unseen video, which was, you know, a real treat, actually. It was not as difficult as I thought it was going to be. I thought, like, trying to do an extra unseen was going to be really hard, but it actually wasn't, because as I was coming across Sting stuff, I was just easily able to put them in their own folders, you know, so it's actually quite easy. But I enjoyed doing it. If you've not seen it, I'd say check it out. There's some really fun stuff in there, some fun facts, some look at a bit of merch, obviously reaction to what went down. There's quite a bit in it, so definitely check it out. So that was last night, obviously, Sting retiring, and WWE came out today with a massive announcement so that they could grab the wrestling world's attention. And, of course, it is that Paul Heyman is going to go into the WWE Hall of Fame. And very deserved. Very, very deserved. I don't think anyone would say that Paul Heyman doesn't deserve to go into the Hall of Fame. I think that it's one of those that you just sort of don't think about. I didn't really think about. You tend to think about wrestlers more than you do think about managers, advocates, wise men, you know? You kind of think more about wrestlers. So Paul Heyman is definitely an interesting one, deserved, and someone that I'm pleased to see go in. I don't think he's going to be the headliner, which is a bit strange, because I think historically, and I could be wrong, but I think historically we do tend to announce the headliner first, and then we put the, like, people that are going in after, like we mentioned them after. Don't think Paul Heyman's going to headline. If he did, it wouldn't bother me. It wouldn't be a problem. I kind of feel like he definitely deserves plenty of time to talk. If you think about the fact that he's the reason we had ECW, right? No complaints. And if you think about the fact he was Paulie Dangerously, with the Dangerous Alliance, and you think about the fact that he's been, you know, manager for so many people, loads in WWE, obviously most notably Brock Lesnar, but we know that it was many more than that. That just think of the stories that he's got, think of the people that he could take 2 hours just thanking people. So if it turned out he was the headliner, and I don't think he is, it really wouldn't bother me. I think that he has achieved enough and done enough to be worthy of that status, actually, but I don't think he is. But yeah, I'm pleased for him. I think it's a good thing, him going in. And I'm looking forward to seeing who else is going to go in with him. I'm looking forward to seeing if this is going to be an ECW type class. I did get that question. Do we think this will be a year where, like, just ECW talent go in and it's going to be like ECW themed? I think that would be really fun. It's not what I would do, just because it's WrestleMania 40, and I sort of feel like, I don't know, it's a big celebration of WrestleManias. It's a bit weird to theme your Hall of Fame after ECW for this one. I feel like you could do it any other year but this year. I feel like on these anniversary years, these aren't really the right years to do these kinds of things. I feel like this is the year where you do some like really special, like you just have nothing but headline names go in the class, you know? It's WrestleMania 40. So I kind of feel like this is the year where you just go, oh God, let's get in such and such. Let's get, you know, China can go in on her own. You know, can we get Owen Hart in there? I know that she won't let it, but maybe now that Vince has gone, maybe there'll be a bit of movement there, but I don't think so. But all these big names that we want to go in, you know, maybe we just do like 5 giant names, and that's how we celebrate WrestleMania 40. So I don't know that I would theme it after ECW this year, but if we do, no complaints. It's no biggie, is it? No complaints. I'd have no problem with that. I think that there should be more ECW talent that's in the Hall of Fame. So we'll have to wait and see, but I like it. First name down, I like it. Eric said, Paul has been in it as long as I can remember, and he's one of a kind. One of a kind! For sure. Best at what he does, hands down. I completely agree. I completely agree, Eric. Yeah, he is so deserving. And I just got asked this question. I've been asked it quite a few times today. Who should induct him? It seems like that's a conversation people are eager to have. Who should induct him? Obviously, a lot of people thinking it would have been Brock, which would have made sense. But can't be Brock now because of what's gone down. So my answer was, I think Jim Cornette would be awesome. They've obviously got a history that goes all the way back, right? And I kind of think that it would, certainly if they were to tell him that they were going to get Jim Cornette to do it, I think that could be fun, like a bit of a rib on him, because they've had this kind of friendly rivalry. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Jim Cornette's podcast, you will have heard Jim basically, you know, calling him fat on a very regular basis. So that I mean, I'm not aware of any like serious falling out or anything. As far as I know, they're friends and there's like, you know, banter between them. So that could be fun because it could provide some real humorous moments. And I also like the idea of Paul Heyman maybe not quite being 100% pleased about the person that's inducted him, you know, in a friendly way. So Jim Cornette, I think, could be humorous for a few reasons. And honestly, I mean, he's so hot. You know, you look at his videos, look at the views that he gets. He is so hot with his audience. You know, he's got a big audience. So, you know, WWE, they could tap into that. You know, he did induct the Rock and Roll Express going back about, 5 years or so? So it's not unprecedented. It's not impossible. It's something that has happened fairly recent as well, all things considered. So I don't know. I was looking at that as like, yeah, that could be fun. We could have some humor there. I think though, if it's not going to be, Jim Cornette, and I don't think it will, I really like the idea of it being Nick Khan. I really like the idea of it, Nick Khan. A lot of people have said CM Punk, right? And I'm not keen on CM Punk. The reason why I'm not keen is because CM Punk was with Paul Heyman, but a lot of people were with Paul Heyman. CM Punk has been out the business for a long time and he's only just come back. I kind of look at it and I'm like, yeah, there's a history there, and yeah, you could definitely do it, but I don't know. That feels like, oh, we can't give you Vince, we can't give you Brock. Here's CM Punk, and so I don't know. I'm not too keen on it personally. I do like Nick Khan because I think someone like Paul Heyman, who used to run a business, ECW, and someone like Paul Heyman that's been in this thing since the 80s, you're talking about a legend, right? You're talking about someone that's an absolute legend. You talk about someone that's a businessman. He prides himself, you know, wears suits. He prides himself on being a businessman. I kind of think that for Paul and for his character, it would make sense, and it would be probably the biggest honor to have the top person in WWE induct him. Like, there is no one above Nick Khan other than TKO and the TKO board, right? We're not really interested at that level, right? Not really interested in that. Just keep it WWE. Well, the top person in WWE is Nick Khan. You know, historically, that would have been Vince, of course, not long ago. So I kind of feel like it's very symbolic, I think, to have the top person induct Paul Heyman. And I think Paul Heyman would really appreciate it because he used to be the top person in ECW, you know? And he is someone that I think is older. He is someone that I don't know that he sees himself as one of the boys. I think he sees himself as someone that helps the boys. He's a bit more backstage, really, even though he comes, you know, out on camera. He's someone that is there to give credibility to people. He is there to help support talent. You know, he is there as a boost for talent. And so I kind of see him as someone that's been a writer, that's been a booker, that's been an owner. He's done all of these big business positions. It sort of feels right to me that the biggest business person we have is the CEO. That person would be Vince. It's not Vince. Right now it's Nick Khan. I think Nick Khan makes a lot of sense. You could make an argument for Triple H, but Triple H is head of creative. So he's in charge of creative, which is very important, but he's not the top guy. He's not Nick Khan. So for me, I would be looking at Nick Khan. That would be the name I would be looking at. But I don't think it'll turn out to be Nick Khan. I don't think it'll turn out to be Jim Cornette. I think that it could turn out to be someone like a CM Punk, or it could turn out to be someone from an old friend, Bully Ray, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what his relationship with Tommy Dreamer is, but I don't know what that relationship is. I think it's all right. I saw them do years and years ago like a round table ECW conversation on the network. And I seem to recall Tommy Dreamer was at that. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of bad blood there because of the fact that there was money that was not paid and money that was owed when ECW went out of business. Like, you know, that was a rough time, man. So, I don't know. I really don't know what his relationship's like in 2024 with certain people. That makes it a lot harder. Makes it a bit more tricky, to be honest. But, yeah, I just think, listen, if there's someone that's deserving of being inducted by the person at the very top of the company, I feel like, you know, Paul Heyman is probably that guy because of the positions that he's held backstage previous. Wrestle Andy said, we need Jim Johnson in the Hall of Fame this year. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Undercover Manager said Bully Ray or Tommy Dreamer or RVD could induct Heyman. I think that's the route that they will go. James said, Dreamer has tweeted to Heyman congratulations and that it's well deserved. Well, maybe that's a sign then that things are good. Maybe that's a sign then. That's tricky for me because I genuinely don't know, as I said, where his relationship is with certain people from the ECW days. Because I know that there's some bad blood there, some very real bad bloods. But I also know that time can heal all wounds. So, yeah, maybe Dreamer then. Maybe Dreamer would be a person to do it. I think I would go Dreamer over Punk. The thing is, though, we know that the WWE Hall of Fame is, you know, a lot to do with show, right? There's a lot to do with show. For example, I think when Jerry Lawler got inducted, I think it was like William Shatner that put him in, right? And I don't know that there was much of a relationship between Jerry Lawler and William Shatner. It's just that if they can get like some good big names, or what they deem to be good big names, to be a part of that, then that's obviously going to help ratings, isn't it? So if they've got to choose between CM Punk or Tommy Dreamer, well, under the old regime, I think that they would have gone CM Punk. Under this new regime, I think they may allow Paul to pick himself as to, you know, ideally who he would want. But there's been examples in the past where the company has chosen for people because they've wanted to get certain celebrities or certain big names onto the show, because it is a show as well, and they do need to get people's attention, and they do need views. So that has to be factored in also. But yeah, I think that they will probably allow him to just choose whoever he wants. But it's a very interesting one, because I do agree Brock would definitely feel like the most obvious choice, considering Heyman was with Brock for, what, 20-odd years? So, Cavlog, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Cavlog said Brock was a perfect choice to induct Heyman, but since he's suspended, Punk or Rob Van Dam would be perfect choices. So, Cavlog, shout out to you. William said, Francine, Rob Van Dam, I think they elevated past ECW. Paul owned it, plus kept relevant through his career and still there. Francine and Rob Van Dam are still in the business. Undercover Manager said maybe Samoan elders, but I don't know if they can do a proper speech. Lee said, I would love to see Cornette induct Heyman. Boris said, what are the chances Roman retains? You said Cody would win last year and he didn't. What if this time Roman wins again, but this time it's fair and square and he beats Cody clean and then turns heel? Well, it is true. I thought it was going to end last year, and it didn't. I do agree with Brian Alvarez, though. I do think that there's a very strong chance that it was meant to end and that there was a last minute change, Brian Alvarez has got this very interesting theory where he talks about the booking after WrestleMania, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, Cody goes straight into a feud with Brock, which would be a perfect first feud if you were champion. And Roman goes into like a tag thing where he's trying to get the tag titles and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's like him and Solo going up against Sammy and Kevin. And, you know, we do tribal combat at SummerSlam, which has got really nothing to do with the title. It's got everything to do with who's the true tribal chief. So the booking, I agree with Brian Alvarez, is very strange. And if it comes out or turns out that like Vince had changed the plan, like, you know, last minute, and, you know, overruled Triple H, that might explain why the booking was, gotta be honest, a bit random. But anyway, we don't know about that. Fast forward to this year, do I think Roman's got a chance? Yeah, of course he's got a chance. You know, last year was not a good year for predictions for me. I think there was a big learning curve as well about the new company, the new TKO, Nick Khan, Triple H. You know, if you think about the change we'd gone through, so used to Vince's booking, so used to Vince being in charge and Vince being the head booker and Vince being in charge and like running the show. So I think that it was definitely a year where I think I felt the change. And so now, you know, I'm humble in the sense of I'm learning. We're all learning. We're learning what Triple H is like as a booker. We're learning what Nick Khan is like as a CEO. We're learning what TKO are like as owners. And that obviously, all of it impacts what we see on screen. So I think, yes, there is a chance. Of course there's a chance. It's not the direction I think they'll go. I think they'll go with Cody Rhodes. I think they'll go with Cody. The reason being because I think the message has been received loud and clear that the fans want the story finished. It's WrestleMania 40. I think Triple H wanted to finish the story, and then The Rock got himself involved, and then we ended up going down that road. So just a lot of stuff feels like, you know, WrestleMania 40... Triple H, you know, having Cody in that position until The Rock arrived. I think that this is where it finishes. I really do. I think this is where it finishes. So I am definitely going that way. Yeah, going with Cody. But is there a chance that Roman does it? Yes, definitely there is. But King Azza said, I always say Roman winning last year was the right call because there is money in a rematch, said King Azza. Amin said, are you streaming NXT Roadblock? Of course, we always do NXT. Yes. Lee said, I think Cornette should go into the Hall of Fame. Yes, he should. The speech would be amazing, plus he deserves it. I agree. Kian said, I hope you are doing well, having a good stream. Hope the weekend was good. I enjoyed the unseen videos. Good. I think it will be Batista or Cena, as they want him involved for WrestleMania. Induct Paul, or also going into the Hall of Fame? Cena is not in, is he? No, I don't believe he is. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a John Cena induction speech, because Cena's one of those that's a no-brainer. He goes in. I just can't remember if he's gone in yet. It's like The Rock. The Rock's a no-brainer for going in. He's not in. So there's a few big names. Batista's not in. Batista was announced a few years ago, but didn't go in. So, you know, there's a chance that we get a Cena. You know, that would make sense. A Cena or a Batista. Well, Cena more so, actually. It's like, because this is a big class, WrestleMania 40, you know? This isn't just any WrestleMania. It's, you know, it's an anniversary of WrestleMania. So Cena would make sense. I know a lot of people are hoping for Bray, though. They'll want Bray to go in, but I don't know if Bray would be the headliner. It's hard to put in, like, Bray as a headliner if he's not here, you know? If, you know, you're going to get a lovely moment. It's going to be heartfelt. You can have the family come out. I don't know if he would be headliner. If he was, no complaints, of course. It's not that he doesn't deserve to be a headliner. It's just, I don't know. With him not around, like, the headlining thing is a bit strange because it's sort of an honor, but it sort of doesn't really matter. We don't, when we talk about people being in the Hall of Fame, we don't really talk about, they're in the Hall of Fame and they headlined. Like, it's just sort of, I don't know, it's this weird grey area, really, where it sort of doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. So, I don't know. I don't know that it matters if he headlines or not, but I know Bray fans will say that it does matter. But you could put Bray in as well as Paul and still have Cena as the headliner, I wouldn't be down on that at all. I'd be fine with that. I don't think putting Bray in the Hall of Fame can be viewed as any sort of disrespect, If he was still with us, then I've no doubt he would be locked for a headline spot, But the fact is not, don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like I would probably not have him as the headliner. Which might be, I don't know if that's controversial. But he deserves it, as I keep saying. It's not that he doesn't deserve it, but you could put him in along with Paul, and you could put in Cena, or you could put in The Rock, or, do you know what I mean? You could put in one of those giant names that are still with us as well. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do this year. Don't know quite where we're going. Congratulations to Paul Heyman, said Steven. It should be that Brock inducted him. Both worked together for years, and it's well earned. SmackDown segment, 31 minutes. Is that one of the longest on the show? What? What? Are we talking about two separate things? Brock should induct him. He won't because of obviously what's going on. In regards to the segment, I mean, I think it went 40 minutes. I mean, I know there was a bit of a video package at the start. But, I mean, that thing overran by 10 minutes, didn't it? That was the report. But H. Burns said, what's up? Apologies if tagging Ross didn't come across well. It's what I usually do. There aren't any tweets. Yeah, it's no problem. There's no issues. It's Sean has just asked previous to not be tagged. So, I suppose we can have that conversation. So I think we're going to bring in a new rule for Unseen, which is don't tag me in anything, any accounts that have got, like, say, 50,000 followers or more, right? Because, in all fairness, all of those I should have on lists anyway. I've got a list of the wrestlers, and I've got a list that the same list has got, like, WrestleOps, Wrestle Talk, Sean Ross Sapp, Fightful, WWE 90s, those kind of similar accounts that we look at on Unseen, I've got them in a list anyway. So not only do I go through my notifications, I also go through that list. And so a lot of the stuff I get tagged in, without being disrespectful, I would have found anyway. But I understand that it's just nice for people to get shout outs and mentions, and that's why I've not minded doing it. The problem that we've got, and at the moment it is, I think, only Sean, but it absolutely could become more quite easily, is Sean has said, look, do you mind not having people tag me? Because if I go through my notifications, all I'm seeing is wrestling days, people basically tagging my posts like your name, and like it's clogging up my notifications. Now, I've not had anyone else say it yet, but we absolutely could have other people say it, right? My approach to this is that I'm not looking for drama. I'm not looking to upset people. I'm not looking to start fights. I'm not looking to start drama. Because, I don't want to be getting blocked by people, because that's going to make looking at their tweets and including them harder. So I am totally here to keep the peace on that front. So there's no dramas. There's no wars, there's no beef, there's no aggro, there's no issues, right? I want to make this as crystal clear as I can possibly make it. Like, there is no drama, right? But he just said, look, do you mind not including me because just my notification getting clogged? And to be honest, I can see his point. I can understand, like a load of, like, you know, when you're trying to go through your own notifications and all you can see is my flipping name. I can understand that. So I think if we bring in this new rule, which is don't tag me in any accounts that are over 50,000, I'll just have to make sure that I've got all those accounts that I get tagged in on the list. And I think I do, to be honest. You know, WrestleOps, WrestleTalk, Sportskeeda, Fightful, Sean, Dave Meltzer. I mean, I've got all those on a list. So it will reduce the opportunity people will have to be mentioned in the video. But to be honest, I think a lot of those accounts are the accounts that I get tagged in so much. They're the accounts everyone sees. So they're the accounts that I think I tend to get like 20 people tagging me on, right? So even though it's only Sean at the moment that's said, and he hasn't said it recently, he actually said it weeks and weeks and weeks ago, right? And I have mentioned it in previous Unseen videos, but it's been a hot minute, right? It's been a minute since we've mentioned it. So, yeah, we will definitely not tag Sean in, but I think if we just go with a bit of a blanket rule of saying no one over 50,000 followers, that should be a good starting point, to be honest. That should be a good starting point. And I think then I think then like that should hopefully clean a lot of things up. So I think the things that I really need from you lot are, to be honest, not the Sportskeeders and not the Sean Ross Sapp stuffs. I don't need that. That stuff I've got boxed off. The stuff I need is the stuff that, you know, how am I going to find a great meme that someone that's got 300 followers has just put up? Like, how do I find that? I'm probably not going to find that. Or how do I find a great picture of someone from back in the day, or I don't know, whatever it is. That's the stuff those are the little gems that I can't find, you know, and that's the stuff that I think you lot can massively help with. Tagging me in Sportskeeda, tagging me in Sean, tagging me in WrestleTalk. Like, I get tagged in that stuff 20 odd times anyway. So to be honest, there's very little guarantee that you would make the video if you tagged me in that stuff anyway, because you've got a lot of competition. So it's difficult. It's really difficult because I don't want people to not have opportunity to get shout outs and be in the videos. I can see how much people enjoy that and really appreciate that. And so I don't want to take that away. But I ain't looking to start fights with people either on social media. So no problems, no dramas. Everything's good. But I think we will have to just bring that rule in. At the moment, it's only Sean that's asked, but I've got a sneaky suspicion that other people will probably ask eventually, you know. If I was Sportskeeda wrestling, for example, I probably wouldn't be best impressed because I get tagged in their tweets all day, every day. So I'd imagine my name is mentioned plenty of time in their notifications also, you know. Right, Matthew said, who is your pick to headline the Hall of Fame this year? Well, I think Bray's in the run-in, right? I'm trying to be as clear as I can be. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. He absolutely does. But I do just wonder, I ponder, if, like, the fact he's no longer with us would mean that he would maybe not be the headliner, so that we could have the headliner actually give their speech on stage and we go with someone like Cena, which would be huge, absolutely huge. And they're trying to find, like, a way of getting Cena onto the show as well, I read. So, and I don't think he's in, so you could put John Cena in, and, you know, this year, and then he would be at the show because he'd be a part of the Hall of Fame thing, wouldn't he? So yeah, I don't know, Bray, maybe Cena. I don't know about, but Batista's really interesting because Batista, the fans have got this weird relationship with Batista. I sort of feel like we need to get Batista back. I sort of feel like we need Batista back, and we need to get him into a program, not wrestling, but just involved. Maybe he could be the manager of someone. Maybe he could say that he's found someone that he, is gonna run WWE. It's gonna destroy this place, rip it open. Maybe he could be the manager for Odyssey Jones or someone. But I really think that there's a weird relationship, because the last time he came back was for WrestleMania 35 with Triple H, and there was some really good stuff involved in that. I don't know that people loved that last match. It was quite long, if I remember, and it was fine, but it was I don't know, that whole show is a bit weird. WrestleMania 35 is a bit weird. It's all a bit long, to be honest. Everything could have done with having a bit of time chopped off it. So I sort of feel like before that run, I think was WrestleMania 30, and that run, I mean, he was in Evolution, but Daniel Bryan just really overshadowed him, and it was all a bit of a bad taste in the mouth. We basically turned on him the same way we turned on The Rock. The Rock came back thinking he could just have the main event of WrestleMania, and we were like, no. And Batista did the same 10 years ago. He came back, won the Rumble, thinking he could have the main event of WrestleMania, and he was in the main event, but obviously we wanted Daniel Bryan more. So it's really weird, because if you look at Batista's career and everything Batista's done, I sort of feel like he's a no-brainer Hall of Famer, right? Headline Hall of Famer. But there's just this weird thing where it's like, if it is going to be Batista, I just sort of feel like it's going to be a bit, okay. Perhaps part of the problem is that he was already announced and then never actually went in because of the pandemic. So it's kind of lost a bit of its impact, because he's in this weird waiting area. It's kind of like we've announced him, but we've not actually inducted him. He was meant to go into 2020, but he turned it down because there was not going to be a crowd at WrestleMania 36. So he was like, I would rather, if I'm going to go in, I'd rather go in with a crowd. I'd rather there be fans. So he never ended up going in. So I sort of think, like, if you do Batista, I don't know, people will be into it, but I think there'll be some murmurings of like, oh, I was hoping for someone a bit more exciting than that, even though he deserves to go in and he deserves to headline, It's Batista, like, former world champion, Evolution. Obviously, he's a film star as well. He's achieved a lot. So, I don't know, I'd love for him to come back and do something really cool. And then, like, we could really, I don't know, remember him better, if you will. I don't know, it's a weird, perhaps it's just me. Might just be me. I don't have an issue with him. It's just, I don't know, something feels a bit strange. Like, perhaps it's because we never see him as well, but I don't think that's a problem. We hardly ever see The Rock, and that's not a problem. So, I don't know. Weird one, isn't it? King Yeti said, I nominate Mitchell for Hall of Fame, but he has to acknowledge his tribal chief first, said King Yeti. King Yeti, shout out to you. So, what, you want Mitchell to acknowledge Roman Reigns? I think Mitchell loves Roman Reigns, so I don't think that'll be a problem. I think he's his number one fan. Elizabeth said, Bray should be in the Hall of Fame because of the talent he had inside the ring. Dortnight said, Batista is trying to get all serious now. He didn't particularly enjoy doing Guardians of the Galaxy. He's desperate for respect in Hollywoods. Was that when Batista tripped over the rope? That was around, 35 time, yeah. Will Rally Sports said, have you seen Santana has left AEW? Sean Rossap said on Twitter a couple of hours ago. Yeah, cool. I don't really pay attention much to AEW, to be honest. I mean, obviously the Sting stuff I did. But, I do get people tagging me in, like, AEW news, which is it's fine, it's worth knowing. It's what that to me is something that's like, okay, it's worth knowing, but I'm not bothered about it. I don't care. I don't watch AEW, so for me, I'm like fully focused on WWE. I don't think this means that he could be coming to WWE. I don't get that vibe. He had a big falling out with Ortiz, didn't he? So, I don't know. Perhaps he's looking at it and, like, he's thinking, well, singles-wise, they're not going to use me because there's a lot of big names here. I don't want to get back in a team with Ortiz. I don't know. Perhaps he's looking at it and it's just not really appealing, shall we say. Nothing's really grabbing him, you know. So, I don't know. Difficult. I don't really know what his thinking there, but yeah, cool. Bray Wyatt in the Hall of Fame would make me happy, said Dro. Hasib said, I know WWE are keeping us guessing about who's going to face Gunther. Where do you think it'll go? I always had the impression it would be Sheamus that would win his first IC title at Mania, considering that he's teasing it. Well, it could be Sheamus. Where do I think it's going to go? I think it's going to be Chad Gable. That's what I think. I do keep changing my answer. You will find me giving different answers in previous streams, right? Because you're absolutely right with what you said at the start. They are keeping us guessing, and I love it. I think it's brilliant. I think you can't really know. I change my mind a lot on this. It's difficult because there's things I want, and then there's things I think are going to happen, and you know, what I want is I want Dragunov to be the one. That's what I want. If I could pick anything, I would pick Ilya Dragunov. I would have Ilya Dragunov arrive on Raw after WrestleMania, and he would beat Gunther on the Raw after WrestleMania. No doubt in my mind. Don't need a conversation on it. That's what I want, right? I want Ilya Dragunov to lose his title at Stand and Deliver. Then he comes out on Raw and challenges Gunther for the IC title, and he picks up the victory. And everyone's like, oh my god, if you know Ilya, you'll be excited because it's Ilya. If you don't know Ilya, you will know Ilya by about, I don't know, 20 minutes after you first seen him, because he will have just beaten the man that no one's beaten, and it will send a message out that this is, oh my god, what's just happened? Who is this guy? Right? So I like that. It's something we've done, you know, before. It's something I'm sure we'll do again. That kind of winning your title in your first match on the main roster type situation. So that's what I want. But I don't think it'll go that way. I think Chad is the pick for me. I think that Sheamus needs the belt. He doesn't necessarily need to beat Gunther. So the thing with Sheamus is that he's tried a couple of times and failed. He's been away for a while now. If he comes back and tries again, he could get it, but I think he needs the IC title. That's what he needs. He doesn't necessarily need to beat Gunther, whereas Chad Gable does. Chad Gable does, because his daughter burst into tears, and you know, he's really going with this. To me, it means more. To me, it's more than just the IC title. And so I look at that and I'm like, he doesn't just need that belt, does he? He needs revenge on Gunther. So I think Chad is the pick. Chad is the play. Sammy doesn't need it. Sammy doesn't need the IC title, and Sammy also doesn't need to be the one to beat Gunther. I know that would be a nice thing to have, but Sammy needs a world title. So this is not Sammy's play. This is not what he needs. If he gets it, fine, but for me, you know, I'm a massive Sammy stan. I love Sammy, but he needs a world championship. So I would rather it not Sammy, actually. I would rather it not Sammy. And I'm trying to think who else is kind of in the mix. You got Jey Uso, but he's busy with Jimmy, so I don't think anything will come of that. Miz, I think, has now moved away and is going off and doing something with R-Truth. So, yeah, I mean, look, there are names. Definitely, there are plenty of names. But if I was to pick, I'd say Chad. What I want is Ilya. Jim said Batista and James Gunn have got a great relationship. He loved playing Drax. Star said, I like your streams and videos. They make my day. Thank you. Well, thank you, Star. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I love talking about wrestling, clearly, and I think it was a bit of a gamble doing an extra unseen today, because the thing with those unseen videos is they're a bit like meals in the sense of they're big, they're filling, you know what I mean? Like, they're not quick, easy to just digest and move on with your day. There's a lot of stuff in them. They are pretty rammed full of stuff. So I like doing 2 in a day. Is probably, a bit too much, but how do you not, really? There was so much stuff out there about Sting and Sting's retirement, and also there's so much just happening in WWE that, like, they sort of deserve to have their own videos. So it was a bit of a gamble. I honestly don't know ultimately if it was worth doing it or right to do it. I don't regret doing it. I think it was the right thing to do, but it might be one of those where, maybe not a load of people end up watching the Sting one or something. I don't know. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was good. So I thought there was some really interesting stuff in there. I think one thing I definitely need to do, but it's just, oh my God, it's more time. I just don't have any. But I need to start pulling out some bits from it. I think that we're doing all this kind of content and long content as well, but I think it's good content. But we're just not very good at letting people know about, do you know what I mean? You've kind of got to take a gamble, really. You've got to take a risk. You've got to press that button of what's this and give it a go. And then hopefully if you do, you end up enjoying it, and enjoying the conversation. But I think, like, we're not very good, or I'm not very good at showing people, like, hey, come and check this out. This is what we do over here. Like, here's a clip, here's a minute of what we do. I just don't get the time to do that. So I'm pleased that you enjoy it. I appreciate you giving it a chance, because that's kind of how I feel about it. I think with this channel, you have to give it a bit of a risk. You have to give it a go. You have to kind of take the plunge. Because we don't do loads of shorts, and I think that's definitely something I need to turn the volume up on, but finding the time, eh? Finding the time. Edward said, Days, how are you? Glad Heyman goes in the Hall of Fame. Who would you have go in with him, apart from the people you have mentioned? I've just heard everyone you mentioned, but apart from them, who else would you put him? Jeez. I don't know. How about the people I mentioned? I don't know, dude. I mean, look, who's not in? Who's the big names that need to go in? Put them in. I don't care. That's my answer. There is no bar for me, really. I mean, we've got Queen Shamel that's gone in. And I've said this before. I think the bar for going in is super, super low. I think it's super, super low. It's way too low, actually. But it's super, super low. So I'm really going to struggle to, like, come up with people that shouldn't go in, I think there's a list of people that you can easily put in with your eyes closed, like The Rock, like John Cena. I don't think The Miz is in. We have started putting in active competitors like Ray last year, and Heyman's an active performer this year. So, someone like The Miz, he could go in. But if you want to put in legends, well, I don't know, mate. That's a separate project. I'd have to sit down and just have a look, see who's not in. But there's just, I don't. There's no. I don't know where you draw the line, because as we said, Coco Beware's gone in. Coco Beware was, I mean, to my knowledge, he didn't have, like, longevity. Like, he did a few different things, but he was never, like, challenging for the world title. And we had black performers before Coco Beware. I don't know that I can make an argument that he broke down barriers. I think he definitely continued to help break down barriers, but he was not like a pioneer or the first or anything along those lines. So Coco going in, I mean, fine, but, like, I can think of, like, hundreds of people that I think are probably more deserving. So for me, like, someone like Coco and someone like Queen Shamel, someone like, was it Chris Von Erich? who was just, I don't know, I think they only included him because there was no one in the Von Erichs that could actually talk. Like, they'd all passed away. So you had Kevin, but they didn't just want Kevin, so they ended up putting, like, Chris in as well. Like, they just grouped a load in together. And, like, he didn't do anything, so he didn't deserve to go in. So it's, for me, it's quite a low bar. It's quite a low bar. I think that you could make an argument for a lot of people finding their way in. There is some thought, though, about Ken Shamrock. That's obviously a name that people have mentioned. And again, yeah, fine. I can't really sit here and go, no, I wouldn't put him in. Because, as I said, if you're going to put Queen Shamel in, I mean, there's a good chance you or me might go in. So... best for business. That's the worst pickup line I've ever heard, said Trini. Trivium Virate said, what percentage Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso match might happen? 90%, 95%. I think it's pretty much the direction we're going. People acknowledge me. Coco was more deserving than Cowboy Bob Orton, said Jim. Cowboy, why? Cowboy Bob was around WrestleMania 1's main event, wasn't he? That's what I think of when I think of Cowboy Bob Orton. Is I think of him playing a big part in helping to set up that WrestleMania 1 main event. Granted, he wasn't in it, but he was a part of it. He was at ringside, and I don't know. That's an interesting one. Cowboy Bob Orton. Was he undeserving of being in the Hall of Fame? I always didn't have a massive problem with it because of his involvement in WrestleMania 1's main event, and we know how important that event was. So he sort of contributed to that. But I agree, he didn't play much of a part in that. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one, Jim. Mitchell said, at this point, the question is, who isn't going in the Hall of Fame? Yeah. Days Triple H hasn't gone in on his own, so he could go in as a solo star. Yep. I think we're up to speed with them, actually. We might be doing all right here. Siriash said, CM Punk is injured. He could be a referee. The crybabies have spoken and spat out their dummies. The super chat has not been read. Have we got a super chat to read? We're up to speed with super chats, or at least according to the list I've got. I think Solo or Jimmy should induct Heyman, said Cynthia. Best for business, we read that one. I think we're doing all right here. R-Truth needs to go in. Yes. It's a bit weird, isn't it, about people that are current active stars. I don't know, I'm a bit old school. I don't really... You can put them in. R-Truth deserves to go in, 100%. Miz deserves to go in, 100%. Sheamus deserves to go in, 100%. But I don't know. Like, these active stars, it's quite weird. It's not what we used to do. Especially when there's still plenty, as we said, Ken Shamrock being an example of people that are no longer active that deserve to go in. You know, Cyndi Lauper deserves to go in, massively deserves to go in. In fact, I would say that one is a true disgrace that she has not gone in already. So Cyndi Lauper is definitely one I would like to see get announced. Definitely. I need to go, but one more question. What are the chances of Sting returning this year? I would say slim. I don't know when his contract is up. He said that he needed to have a talk with Tony Khan, and he didn't want to be a manager or an agent or anything like that. So I don't know what they're going to come up with, but Tony wants him to stay with AEW. I think WWE would want him, but once we get past WrestleMania, you can use him. There's places you can use him, but WrestleMania is probably the one that you would want him for the most. And I don't know that he will be available for WrestleMania. I actually don't know when his contract expires. if he was under a talent contract, now that he's retired, that contract may now have concluded, but Tony wants him to stick around. Unless he's got his heart set on going to WWE, Sting strikes me as a really nice guy. He strikes me as someone that is loyal. I mean, he showed that with WCW. And I could see him wanting to stay and support AEW. I could see him wanting to, support Darby, support Tony. Tony has given him the send-off that he was looking for. And, yeah, I could see him staying. So I think it's going to come down to what can they find for him to do in AEW. I think the only way that he'll go to WWE is if he specifically wants to. If he turns Tony down and says, look, I need to go back to WWE. If he turns Tony down and then goes to WWE, I mean, I would love that. But I can't say that's the more likely outcome. I've got to think the more likely outcome is that he will resign with AEW. So for this year, I'm going to say unlikely. I'm going to lean towards no, I don't think so. But I'm not ruling it out for in a few years' time, you know. If he does a couple of years with AEW where he does a few little bits, and then that maybe comes to an end and he feels like, okay, I've done everything I need to do here. And then he goes to WWE and, you know, I would love for him to have another WrestleMania moment. Not a match. Doesn't need a match. I thought his send-off was brilliant. So don't need to undo that. But I think that a WrestleMania moment... you think about like WrestleMania 30 when we had Hogan in the ring and then he got interrupted by Stone Cold and then both of them got interrupted by The Rock. I kind of look at that and I think that's cool. That's really cool. So I would love for Sting to be involved in like a moment like that. Or even WrestleMania 31 where Triple H and Steph were in the ring and then Rock and Ronda confronted them. Like that was cool. Or 32, where The Rock ended up having a quick match with Rowan after like Bray had come down, and we had the Wyatt family confronting The Rock. Like, I'm not a big fan of that moment because it kind of felt like The Rock sort of buried the Wyatt family a little bit. The fact he destroyed Rowan in 7 seconds was what it was, right? I remember that being actually quite frustrating, more than satisfying. But it was still a moment, and I kind of feel like, you know, Sting could or deserves a moment like that, you know. Not being squashed in 7 seconds, but having a moment. So, yeah, I definitely hope he does come to WWE, but I can't sit here and say that I think it's going to happen or it's the more likely thing to happen at the moment. I think that he's a very loyal person. He's a good person. And I think that he will want to repay Tony and AEW for everything they've done for ensuring that his career has ended up going the way that it's gone, which is, you know, ending on a high note. My Phenomenal Figures said WrestleMania card is stacked. It's going to be the best show of the year, and the main events will be cinema. Johnny said, Days, it doesn't make sense to put Paul Heyman in the Hall of Fame in storyline he is right now. Why did they just put someone else in like Bray? Why doesn't it make sense to put Heyman in the Hall of Fame right now? Heyman is the wise man. Heyman is someone that is meant to be all-knowing, been there, done it, has got the right level of experience and knowledge to be the pillar, the support for the tribal chief Roman Reigns. So the fact that Paul Heyman is showing that he is the wise man, he does know his stuff. And actually, look at this, even WWE are, you know, saying, look, this guy is Hall of Fame worthy. This isn't just anyone. This is a Hall of Famer. This is someone that... Imagine that. I mean, if anything, I think this helps because Paul Heyman being a Hall of Famer, you know, he's going into the Hall of Fame. He is someone being honored with one of the biggest honors you can have in WWE. Yet he is still going to be acknowledging Roman Reigns. Even though he's a Hall of Famer, achieving one of the biggest things you can achieve, he is still being like going to throw up the ones, and he is still going to be right there for Roman Reigns. And he's still going to be, you know, the wise man. He's still going to be there. He's still going to be humble, if you will. Roman Reigns is now humbling a Hall of Famer. So, I don't know, storyline-wise, I don't see it as an issue, to be honest. I don't see it as a problem. I don't see there being any conflict or anything. I think that's a pretty good look, actually, to have a Hall of Famer kind of, you know, running around, like, acknowledging this other... It makes this other person seem even bigger. So I don't have a problem with it. Bray can also go into the Hall of Fame. The class tends to be about 5 people, doesn't it? So this is just the first name that's been mentioned. This is just the first inductee. So there'll be others. Jay said, I agree. Heyman has been around so long that intro is going to be long. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. Yeah. He's done a lot. He's done an awful lot. And but this is why he's so deserving, you know. I haven't seen anyone say that he doesn't deserve to go in. I think Johnny's saying why do it this year, but I haven't seen anyone saying that he's not done enough to qualify. I mean, jeez. James said the Rock and Roman segment peaked at 2.75, said WrestleNomics. I thought that's not as high as I thought, actually. I thought it was going to be higher than that. But James, thank you. Bishop said, I've got a question. When will the LOL videos return? I miss those. That's a good question. There's no plans at the moment. The good thing is that I have 13 that just need tweaking. By tweaking, it would probably take me about an hour to do, like, you know. So actually, if I have a free hour, I could tweak one of them and put it up. Right. The problem I've got a couple of problems. First problem I've got is the music, the background music I used. Turned out that got copyright striked, which is funny because I got it from a channel that claimed it was copyright free music. Use this in your projects, and then I uploaded the very first LOL video and it got hit with a copyright. Now, it wasn't a copyright strike, it was just a claim. But what that means is that any revenue that it generates, it doesn't come to the channel, it goes to the person that owns the music. So I think what this person had done is create the music, said it was copyright free. It wasn't. And so maybe it's a cheeky way of them like earning revenue or something, I'm not sure. So straight away, every video had to have the music changed out. But then the other issue I had was other videos got hit with copyrights because of the little clips, the little footage that got used. So that was an issue. So yeah, I mean, it'd probably take about an hour to, you know, just fix one of them and then put it up. So I could definitely do that. And it's really annoying because there's some really fun ones actually that have not been uploaded. There's one I absolutely love that was Becky's debut in NXT. I love that video and it's still not hit the channel. The issue though was that those videos, they were doing about 1,000 views or 1,500 views. Compare that to Unseen videos, which do about 5,000 ish. So you can see like there's quite a difference between them. So it says to me that the community was not as engaged with the LOL videos as they were with Unseen videos. So I don't know, it's difficult. I mean, Unseen has definitely, obviously, got my attention. I think if I get a spare bit of time, I'm a bit more inclined to put out short videos from Unseen so that more people can be aware as to what it is we're doing over here. Because I honestly think that like some of the stuff we're doing at the moment is some of the stuff I'm most proud of. And I really think that this is like one of the best kept secrets. I mean, if you think like these Unseen videos, I think they're really good, and the feedback I'm getting is really great. And they're getting about what, 5,000 views? I mean, if you think about how many people watch wrestling, and the Unseen video is getting about 5,000 views, so you kind of look at that and you're like, man, these things could be getting 50,000, you know? Like, there's a lot of people that aren't even aware that these things exist. There's a lot of people that have not took that chance and given them a watch. You know, it's not that they don't like them. They haven't even seen them. They haven't even seen them. Like, they don't even know they exist. So I think rather than LOL videos, I do have to find a way of getting the content we're making in front of more people. And it's difficult. It's hard, you know. Every minute, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are, but every hour there's X amount of hours of content that's being uploaded, you know. It's just, there's so much choice. There's so many, and not even just on YouTube in whole. I mean, just wrestling content. I mean, there's so many wrestling channels. There's so much wrestling stuff. It's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. So I think the LOL videos, they definitely had an audience, but unfortunately that audience was not as big as the Unseen videos. And so, you know, even though I love them, I think they're great. I love them. And do you know what's funny? I've noticed, actually, on my analytics, people are finding the channel because of the Unseen videos, and they will watch the LOL videos. The LOL videos have started to kind of tick over with some more views now. So, okay, it's kind of like, I think people find the Unseen videos, enjoy them, and then they go, what else is on the channel? And one of the first things you find, because there's a whole playlist of them, are the LOL videos. And so people have, like, got into them because of Unseen. So, I don't know, like, it's all a bit weird, isn't it? Like, I will have to find a way of getting those other videos uploaded. So it's on my to-do list, but unfortunately no plans at the moment because I'm drowning in Unseen and I'm drowning in streams and opinion videos and stuff like that, which I just love doing, and it seems to get better interaction. Nico said, Days, who do you reckon will be the next champion who will dethrone Logan and Gunther? Well, we spoke about Gunther earlier. I think Chad Gable stands a good chance. They've really made it feel quite emotional about him, you know, wanting to get back. His daughter burst into tears, and for him it means a lot more. So I feel like Chad Gable is the one I'm looking at as being the one to finally beat Gunther. We know that he came the closest. He's beaten Gunther, but just not by pinfall or submission, so he's not been able to get the title. In regards to Logan, I've always thought LA Knight, to be honest. That's always been my pick, but he's not in the match yet, so I don't know. I wonder if the plan is that we do a multi-person match at WrestleMania and LA Knight will be involved in that, or are we going to wait until SummerSlam and we do it there instead? Either way, LA Knight would make the most sense because he is so over, he is so popular. I kind of feel like a lot of people wanted to see LA Knight win a world title. For me, that was too soon. I felt he needed to go through the mid-card first. And so I can't make any argument for him not being the one. He is so over. Like, people absolutely love LA Knight. And I think, like, the way that he's connected with the crowd. You see, I'm not a massive LA Knight fan, right? I don't hate LA Knight. I'm not as crazy about him as other people. And I think a big part of it is because I watched him in NXT and I watched him in the NWA. So for me, what I see is what I've seen from him for a long time. I'm sort of used to him now. I've seen it. So I think a lot of people only got to see him for the first time on the main roster. Because when he was it's funny, when he was in NXT, there wasn't this craziness about LA Knight. People liked him and people supported him, but we weren't seeing the reactions that we see now. It's only since he hit the main roster that it's gone crazy. And it's a bit weird when you've been watching him for so long, all of a sudden everyone losing their mind over him. I'm pleased for him. But as a result, it sort of feels like, I don't know, I feel like we've been watching him a long time, and I think there's quite a few people that have only just started to see him, you know? So, but he's got himself so over that he deserves to be rewarded for that, I think. He deserves the recognition. He deserves, you know, good job, mate. At this stage in your career, like, how old is he? 40, 41, something like that? Well done. I mean, honestly, to get to WWE, get to the main roster, achieve what I'm guessing was your life's dream, to actually finally make it to WWE's main roster. And then not only that, they put you in a position where you was just meant to be a Chelsea Green, and you've managed to really, like, shift some merch and grab attention and get the crowd. That deserves to be rewarded. That really deserves to be rewarded. And I think there's a lot of people that would really love to see it as well. So, yeah, for me, LA Knight. Pull the trigger on LA Knight. Give him that mid-card belt. Give him a good run. See how the crowd are with him. See if the enthusiasm remains. And then we can maybe look at him becoming a world champion a little further down the road. I think maybe some of the clamour for LA Knight may have died down a little because of CM Punk coming back, Randy Orton coming back. There's a lot of big names that have returned. And I think LA Knight last year I think he had a bit more room to breathe, It wasn't quite as cluttered as what it is now. Whereas now we've got quite a few people around, that maybe are taking some of the attention away. But every time he comes out, he still gets great reactions. Really, really big reactions. So I think he deserves it. I think the fans would like to see it. I always thought it was going to go that way as well. So we'll have to wait and see what the match actually is at WrestleMania. Jim said, I'm the same. I loved him in TNA, NWA, and GFW. He did pretty much the same thing. Now people are finally loving it. Yeah, and it's no shade on people that only watch WWE, because, to be honest, I largely only watch WWE, so it's absolutely no shade on anyone. It's just, I think that's why I am not as crazy about him as others out there, because I've seen it, I've enjoyed it, and I think it's one of those where you sort of do settle down, you get into someone and you're like, oh God, these guys, I really like this person. And like they make you laugh and whatever. And then you sort of get used to them. And so for me, it was, he is who he is. And I've enjoyed him. And I don't know. Yeah, I think if you discover someone for the first time, you've got a bit of a different feeling, So I think there was a little bit of that was going on. But yeah, no, he deserves it. And as I said, I think there's a lot of people that would like to see it happen. Johnny said, the only time I didn't like LA Knight is when he was doing the Max Dupree stuff. Johnny, shout out to you. James said, Regal and Finlay deserve to go into the Hall of Fame. They do, yes. Suryanch said, can you answer what's your opinion on Roman Rock match? If it happens next year, what's the feel for that match? Do you think high about the match? Would you be excited? Okay, so Rock Roman, I think, will happen. How do I feel about it? Well, I wanted it, but I didn't want it the way we were getting it this year. So the example that I gave was, and I still stand by it, I think it's the best way I can word it, is it's like saying I really want a Rolex to your friend, and your friend going, oh, you want a Rolex? And you're like, yeah, I'd love a Rolex. I mean, like, I'd love a Rolex. That'd be brilliant if I had a Rolex. And your friend going and mugging someone, stealing their Rolex and giving it to you. And there you go. There's your Rolex. And you're like, oh, I don't want it like this. This isn't how I wanted the Rolex. I don't want this Rolex now. And your mate going, I thought you wanted a Rolex. That, to me, was Rock Roman this year, right? I wanted Rock Roman. I just didn't want it the way that I was given it, right? So, to me, that's the kind of comparison. So, I kind of feel like if we do it next year and we build it properly, right? And we don't have, like, Cody having to put his story to one side, and we actually build it properly next year, yeah, I can't see any reason why anyone would be down on it. I mean, The Rock comes out and he's still electrifying. He's still The Rock, and he still gets Rocky chants. And there's still plenty of people that are on board with The Rock and still want The Rock to, Rock Roman this year. There's plenty of people that still want Rock Roman this year. But we're not going to get that, clearly. So if we build towards it for next year and we do it right and there's a turn in there, lovely. Yeah, no problem. It's a match. It's, you know, it is. I agree with The Rock. It's the biggest match you can do in wrestling right now. So, and we will definitely get it. I just think that it's, you know, we could have had it this year if Cody hadn't have won the Rumble. If Cody hadn't have won the Rumble and Cody was sort of pushed to the side a little bit earlier, then we could have ended up with Rock Roman this year and it would have been fine. But the problem was that Cody won the Rumble and immediately said he wanted Roman. That was the problem, because then you've basically told the fans, oh, Cody's going to finish his story because he's won the Rumble and he's said, I want you, Roman Reigns. Made it very, very clear. So it doesn't make any sense now, him going, yeah, no, I'm going to pick Seth. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I think that it's a match we will get. I think it's a match we should get. I think it's the biggest match they can do at the moment. I think that I don't know who turns on who. To be honest, I think for me, Roman has been so good as a heel that I would keep him as a heel. I think if you think back to Roman as a face, there was people that were really split on him. And I think that as a heel, I think he's been fantastic. Plus, how are you going to have people booing The Rock? You know, there's people cheering for The Rock now. Like, people love The Rock. I've actually got, on my screen right now, I've got SmackDown playing because on TNT Sports, before they show the new shows, they play the previous show. So before Raw begins, they're just playing SmackDown. And I've actually right now got The Rock on my screen from SmackDown. And I can see the People's Champ signs. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking and all this kind of stuff? So, you know, massive Cody sucks sign in the crowd. So there's plenty of people that are on board with The Rock, even though he's a heel at the moment. So for me, I think The Rock as face makes a lot of sense because you're never really going to have The Rock as a true heel because too many people love him. He's too electrifying. He's too charismatic. He's got too much charisma. Whereas Roman, I think, has been a very good heel. And I think has actually excelled more as a heel. So I would do face, Rock, heel, Roman. I would do that next year. But some others might disagree and say that they would go the other way, and that's fine. But there's one more question, said Nico. What do you think about the build-up to Mania? We don't know many of the matches. Nico, shout out to you. I think the build has been excellent. I think it's been not what was planned, but I think that could it have been better? Yeah, it could have been better, but I think it's still been excellent. You know, I remember a lot of WrestleManias where you would watch Raw, you would watch SmackDown, and you were like, yeah, they're going to start the build soon. They'll start the build soon. Like, yeah, they'll do some stuff. And like, there might be the odd little bit, and then you find yourself at WrestleMania. There's plenty of roads to WrestleMania in recent years that have been flat, that have not been that exciting, that have not had like real OMG moments that have like blown your mind, you know? So this one with The Rock being involved, Cody stepping aside, we want Cody like taking over social media, like all of that stuff, damage control, and Bailey like, you know, picking EO and being kicked out the group. And so I think that stuff's been great. I think the Rock stuff's been amazing, of course, with Cody. And it's not what was planned, right? Actually, I think the reason why this build is as good is because we have force them to go down a different path than what they intended. So now everything is super unpredictable because we know that the plans have had to change because we know it was going to be Rock versus Roman and it was going to be Cody versus Seth. But actually, before CM Punk got injured, I don't know where CM Punk was going to fit into it because I think it was meant to be CM Punk versus Seth. So where would Cody have actually fitted into the plans? So, you know, we know that the plans have changed drastically since in the space of a month. And that has now meant that we're having to do some big pivoting, some big shifting. We're having to really move some stuff around. And that is just making for such an interesting build. I think there's a big lesson to be learnt here. I think WWE has historically been a little bit too... this person wins the Rumble, they now go to WrestleMania. That person wins the Chamber, they now face it. It's been too straightforwards. It's actually been too... It's been too clean. It's been too, like... What we've not been having are these big swerves, these big shifts as we kind of head towards WrestleMania. We've not been getting that. So I think this has been excellent in that regard. I don't think that they necessarily had this planned, though. I think we've forced them into making it as interesting and as compelling as what it's become. I do think it could have been better. I mean, obviously, the injury to CM Punk was not ideal. You can't really help that. I also don't think Elimination Chamber felt like it was... Elimination Chamber was a really good show, and I really enjoyed it, and it got a good score, but I think we can all agree that it lacked that sort of OMG moment, you know? I mean, Roman saying to The Rock, acknowledge me, was a huge moment, and that could have been at Elimination Chamber. And we didn't get that. I mean, like, if you look at the segment that we got, the Grayson Waller segment, I mean, what did we get, really? We got Cody sort of challenging The Rock to a match, which has then led to us now kind of getting, which Rock turned down, and has issued a counter offer of a tag match. So really, what Cody didn't mean anything, because The Rock could have issued a tag match on SmackDown anyway, you know? Cody issued a challenge, and The Rock said no. And he said instead, how about a tag match? So, I don't know. I look at Elimination Chamber and I'm like, well, really, what came out of that? What really came out of that segment? Where certainly if you think that on SmackDown we had that amazing acknowledge me part, which I absolutely loved. Loved. So, I think it could have been stronger, because I think Elimination Chamber could have had an OMG moment. I also think that as great as The Rock and Cody stuff has been, as great as we don't know what's happening with Gunther, as great as Damage Control stuff has been, I don't know, the rest of it feels a little bit plodding along, if you will. You know, Rhea is going to face Becky. Becky wins the Chamber. It's going to be Rhea and Becky. Maybe there could be a swerve there. We don't know quite what's happening with Liv. Maybe Liv could make this interesting. But at the moment, it just feels like it's Rhea and Becky. In regards to the tag titles, we don't quite know where that's going. But I can't say that it's like super compelling. Judgment Day, I don't know, man. They feel a bit flat to me. They feel a bit flat. I know that Damian still got his Money in the Bank briefcase. He could cash that in at WrestleMania. But again, we haven't really seen much talk of that for a long time. So, I don't know. I think the build's been really good. I think that we made it good. And I'm very interested to see, like, you know, how it plays out for the next few weeks, of course, until we get to Mania. But I would say the mid-card still needs a bit of attention. Because we haven't really got stuff that's as compelling as what we're seeing from Damage Control or what we're seeing from The Rock, like over on Raw. I would say that that's really carrying things at the moment. So, but yeah, no, it's been good. No complaints from me. No complaints. Lance said, did you watch Revolution? No, I didn't watch the show, but I saw the reaction. I saw clips. I knew that as soon as Sting made his entrance that it would be, do you know what I mean, everywhere. So, and it was. As soon as I reckon I saw Sting's entrance and all the key moments from his match about 30 seconds after they happened. So, you can sort of understand why people don't watch shows anymore, because social media just has everything now. It's just all on there. Everything's on there. And you know what? The irony is that if you wanted to hear Sting's speech, what he said after the match, one of the kind of key parts, I would argue, one of the key things that you would buy the pay-per-view for is to hear what Sting's got to say. Like, you know, it wasn't shown. They cut it off before he like did his speech, and that was actually a social online like media exclusive. I don't think on purpose. I think they ran out of time, but that's a real shame, isn't it? Because for me, that is something that if you bought the pay-per-view, you should have had that. This isn't me having a pop at AEW. I'm just saying how funny that I didn't buy it, and yet I got to see one of the most important parts at the same time everyone else got to see it, which was Sting's speech. I just think that's a bad message. That's a bad message. It kind of makes it feel like you don't need to buy the pay-per-view because entrances, key moments from matches. I mean, I've seen everything that I'd want to see. I've seen like some of the big spots from the Ospreay and Takeshita match. I've seen the stuff from Sting's match. I've seen the Darby Allin bit. I've seen Sting taking the bump off the entrance stage. I've seen the Ric Flair moment. Sting going through the glass. Sting getting hit with "We're not sorry, we hate you" super kicks. I've seen it all. I feel like I've watched it. I feel like I've seen the match. I've seen the cinema bit. I've seen the end. I haven't done anything illegal. Nothing illegal. I haven't touched Watch Wrestling or anything. But there's so many clips that go up. That people put up on social media, and then even AEW themselves put up. You can sort of piece it together and watch the show anyway. So I didn't watch it. There was only a few bits. I thought the card looked okay actually, but there was only a few bits that I was personally interested in. Sting being the biggest. The other one I wanted to watch was Ospreay and Takeshita. And I've seen loads of highlights from that match and a lot of reaction as well. A lot of people saying it's a match of the year contender, and it definitely seemed to deliver. So, and some of the spots I saw looked brutal, and obviously Ospreay with the greys all on his back and everything. But yeah, I mean, I was working on unscenes as I was doing that. I had Tommy on in the background as well. But no, I didn't sit down and order it and like watch the whole pay-per-view. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that has definitely got AEW a little bit of momentum. I don't know that it'll show in the ratings for Wednesday because I don't know how you follow that up, to be honest. Because Big Business, I think, is still a week or so away. So obviously coming out of the pay-per-view, it's just, have you grabbed people's attention enough with the non-Sting stuff to get them to tune in on Wednesday? I don't know that they will have. I would expect Wednesday to still do about 850. I'd expect Wednesday to do the normal number that it does. But they have got, is it just 1 week, I think, until we get to... I don't think it's this week, is it? If Big Business is this week, then that's big, obviously. But something in my head is saying that Big Business isn't this week, it's next week. And that'll be an interesting number. What number does Big Business do? Are people going to tune in for Mercedes and Okada? Because we are expecting Okada to go there. We'll have to wait and see. Lucas, shout out to you, buds. Vince has sold some more TKO stock. Only 9% left. If you check Brandon Thurston's tweet, Sean Ross Sapp has retweeted it. Also, Messi or CR7. Well, that's interesting that he sold a little bit more. I don't know really... I don't know how it all divvies up, to be honest. I mean, he has... I wonder if he's looking for, like, a massive amount of money to, like, pay people off or something. I wonder. Because I tell you what, that $3 million that he paid Janelle Grant for, like, the NDA, or was meant to, that's going to seem like flipping chump change. Absolute chump change compared to what this is going to cost. Well, what it's already cost. So I wonder if he's had to sell off a load of stock because he's planning on making that kind of a move. Don't know. Really don't know on that. I think he had 12%. So in my mind, he's sold 3%. To go down now to 9%. But in regards to in regards to Sean Ross that retweeted it, Messi or CR7. In regards to Messi or CR7, I've always said Ronaldo because of watching him. I mean, I've watched a lot more Ronaldo than Messi because I'm a Man United fan. So watching him as a young kid, seeing what he did in that United team, for me, I was always Ronaldo. And then he went to Real and, what he was doing there. So I was always a Ronaldo guy, but honestly, I think what I saw at the World Cup with Messi winning the World Cup and leading his nation and seeing how pivotal of a role he played, he was not a passenger in that at all, right? He was a true driving force for Argentina winning the World Cup. That might have just put him over the top for me. That might have done it, and I think it might have done it for a lot of other people as well. So I think now I would say Messi, to be honest. I think that it was fine margins and there was not much between them, but I think the fact I'd seen a lot more Ronaldo meant I appreciated him more. But after what I saw at the World Cup and everything, I think I might be Messi now on that argument. But Elizabeth said, if you are going to go and do a promo with The Rock, you have to have a serious tone in your voice to show how serious you are. Gregory said, Takeshita and Ospreay can do all the moves and hurt themselves to get a cheer, and all Roman has to do is show up. Wrestling is always more about having a character, presence, and storyline. Jawsome 24 said, let's say the Intercontinental Championship match ends up being a ladder match. Which 8 men would you like to see? Well, you would have Gunther, wouldn't you? You would have Chad. I think Sammy would be in it. Andrade, I think, was sort of teasing he would be in it. Who's the other name that I'm thinking of? Sheamus. That's the other name I was thinking of. So Gunther, Chad, Sammy, Andrade, Sheamus. There's 5. You can't put Jey in because I think he'll be with Jimmy. I don't think you would want to put in Otis because of Chad. They might get in each other's way. I did just wonder about Ludwig, because Ludwig could be in the match to say that he will help Gunther, but what if he's got an opportunity to claim that title for himself? That I would put Ludwig in, because I think that would be interesting. So I would put Ludwig in as well. That would take us to 6. And I like the idea of him saying, I'll be in it because I've got your back, kind of a thing, you know? So, yeah, definitely do that. Let me have a look and see. We've got 2 more spots. I want to just have a look, see who is on the roster and who's not in a storyline at the moment. Wouldn't have Tozawa. Wouldn't have Apollo. Bronson's interesting. Bronson, I think, would be interesting. I'd probably put Bronson Reed in there. Could be a good spot for Dexter Lumis, because we have not seen Dexter Lumis in a hot minute. So this would be a good landing spot for him. And I wonder if you would need someone from Judgment Day. Maybe Dominic. Yeah, I'd probably put Dominic in there. I feel like Judgment Day would probably want to try and get their hands on that title. So Dominic, I think, would be a good shout. Ricochet would be a great shout. I might be tempted to take Sammy out and put Ricochet in, actually. I feel like Sammy does not need it. Shinsuke's not a bad shout. Miz, I think, will be with R-Truth in the Awesome Truth, so I don't think we need to worry about that. So I think I've sort of landed on Gunther, Chad, Ricochet, Andrade, Sheamus, Ludwig, Bronson, and Dominic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think I'd land on that. But you could use Dexter Lumis. You could use Apollo Crews. You could use Braun if Braun was to come back. You could use Sammy, but I really just don't think Sammy needs it. It's not what I would use Sammy for, so I wouldn't go in that direction. Yeah, I kind of like that. Gunther, Chad, Ricochet, I mean, do you know, if you look at Ospreay, I know Ricochet and Ospreay are not the same, right? Ospreay, I believe, is a bit bigger. He's got a bit more size to him. The other thing that Ospreay's got as well is not only has he got more of a personality and charisma, but when he lays in his moves, he lays them in. I really like that. You know, that was an observation I made for Tiffany in the Elimination Chamber, is that when she does her cartwheels and everything, handstands, that kind of stuff you see people do sometimes, and then what follows is a little, just a little back elbow, and it's all a bit weak. Or they do a drop kick and they miss by a mile, and you're like, oh god. You know, this can be the annoying thing with the gymnastics, is they do all this impressive stuff, and then what actually the end result is very, very flat. It misses by a mile, or it looks very weak, or do you know what I mean? Like, doesn't look good. If you watch Tiffany in that Elimination Chamber, she's doing these gymnastics, flying all over the place, but oh my god, she is laying it in. And I love it when it looks so realistic. And maybe you know, it's realistic, but I would say that if you're going to really throw it in and it is going to make contact and it is going to, like, hurt, I don't know, man. I mean, I sort of feel like that's a lot better than some of the stuff I see where it misses by a mile. It's a fine line, because you don't want to injure people, like, properly so that they can't work. But I think the other side of the coin is you don't want it to look weak so that it's just not engaging. Like, you've got to find that right balance. You've got to find that sweet spot, which is you've got to make it look real, but it can't actually be too real where it's injuring people. And, you know, that's hard to find that sweet spot. That's difficult. I don't know if Tiffany's got the balance right, but I would say that it looked brilliant, right? But I don't know. Could she end up injuring someone? Maybe. She is laying it in really hard. So that would be a concern that I'd have with her, but it looks brilliant. I think Ricochet, his stuff doesn't look brilliant all the time. He does all the gymnastics stuff and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes the end result just doesn't look that satisfying. So I think there's a bit of a problem with his charisma. I think his presentation's wrong. I think that, you know, he's not the most charismatic of people. And I think that the end result can be a little weak at times as well. But it's undeniable that he is a special talent still. You know, he is someone that can do things that not many people can do. And I do look at, like, what we've got Ospreay doing in AEW and what he was doing in New Japan. And I think back to the Ospreay-Ricochet match where they were going move for move with each other and people were losing their minds. That is one of the most infamous matches of this generation. If I think about key matches of maybe not even this generation, perhaps now technically it's the slightly previous generation, but Will Ospreay against Ricochet just had everyone talking on the internet. I don't even remember the year. I want to say it was like 2016. It's probably about 8 years ago now. 2016, 2017, definitely around that ballpark. But I remember everyone talking about it. Everyone was talking about it. It was like, you need to see this match. And they were going move for move with each other. And it was just incredible. It's one of those that you might look back on now, or I might look back on now and go, oh, God. You know, they're just doing flips. Like, the end result is not that satisfying. But at the time, we didn't have AEW, right? And at the time, like, it was just, oh my God, it was like watching two people in the Matrix. It was visually very impressive. I don't know, though. I haven't seen it in years. I'd have to look at the end result to see, you know, if they were really connecting, really, like, if that bit looked good. But I would say for Ospreay, he does, to the point where you can see the marks on his body. Ricochet, you know, not as much. And I think someone needs to grab Ricochet and be like, right, we need to change your music. We need to change your presentation. We might need to change your name as well. We need to change everything. And I want you to lay it in a little bit more. Might even need a manager for Ricochet. Might even need a manager. Might need someone that can be with Ricochet, that can really... do you know what? I'd be tempted to turn him heel. I'd be tempted to turn him heel. I'd be tempted to put him in a mask. I would definitely be tempted to take some inspiration from Prince Puma from Lucha Underground. I think I would look to make him a darker version of that. And I would make him more heelish. I would have him with a manager. It would need to be someone that's even smaller than him, because him like having a big manager would look weird. So I would be looking for like a Zelina Vega type, like Zelina Vega running her mouth off about Ricochet and how no one's as good as him. Make him a heel, make him a darker Prince Puma type character, and give him new entrance music. Maybe give him a new name as well, rather than Ricochet, although I can cope with Ricochet, but I might be tempted to switch the name up. Something Prince Puma. I loved the Prince Puma thing in Lucha Underground. I thought it was brilliant. But yeah, I think like there's something there with Ricochet that we just, for some reason, are not doing anything with. So I would definitely put him in this. But we need to have a conversation about what we're doing with Ricochet, because he's just been mid for a long time. And I feel sorry for him, because I feel like he's got all this talent, and why has no one sorted this out? Why has no one grabbed a hold of Ricochet and fixed this problem? When, to me, it feels like it's fixable. It feels like we can fix it. Not with not much drama. Like, it's salvageable. He's doing stuff that no one else is doing, you know? Right, Dort Knight said, have you ever thought about learning other languages so that you can target different bigger demos and turn your back on the UK? Maybe Mandarin? I have not thought about that, no. I think... I don't know how YouTube does it, actually. I know that you can get translations up. YouTube will translate videos in different languages anyway. I don't think we've got to the point where there's dubbing, but that can't be far away. If you think about AI, it can't be far away, where I would imagine YouTube will have videos dubbed in whatever language you want. And actually, it could even sound like me. So I could sit here talking, and it could sound exactly like me, but just in Mandarin. I would imagine that's not that far away with the advancements we've got in AI. So, no, learning other languages, that's a thing of the past. We don't need to do that anymore. Pretty soon, we'll all have Vision Pros, and then when someone talks, we'll just understand them perfectly, and then when we talk, they'll understand us, and there will be no barriers, and we will come together as one. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait for this new world. Ellis Dub said, I think with every passing year, we're really missing the boat with Ricochet, and we run the risk of him being the next Evan Bourne. Oh, God, I agree. We need to reinvent him, repackage him. Something does need to change. I agree, by the way, everything. And you know what? I think the Evan Bourne shout is an excellent shout as well. Wrestle Andy said, Days, you should induct one wrestler into the Wrestling Days Hall of Fame each year. Oh, that's a good idea. We did used to do that, you know. We did that back in the day. I believe the first inductee was Kamala. And I still stand by that. Still stand by it. So, yeah, that's a fun little shout, that is, Russell and Andy. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope life's treating you well. Jim said, Days, you can dub it automatically if you search on here. Can you? You can dub it. Like, so someone will talk. Will it be my voice, or is it someone else? Oh, I've never done that. Oh, I feel like we're definitely going to explore that tomorrow on the Escape Pods. I think we're definitely going to explore that. Miss Dal Jr. said, are you doing UFC on Saturday? Yes. So on Friday, we are doing the boxing. Actually, I meant to add that to this. I have updated this. I don't know if you saw, but we do have a discount code now for Euroshop. And I have asked the question about WWE Shop. So I think I was told it was non-sale items, but you know what they're like. They're like certain things. Oh, there we go. There it is. So save 15% on non-sale items at WWE Euroshop with Days15. So we got a discount code, which is amazing. I have got back to them and said, look, can I get one? Because we've got a lot of people that join us from America and Canada. Can we get one from WWE Shop? Haven't heard anything yet. But I would, oh God, I'd love it if they do. That would be awesome. So yeah, that would be really, really good. So that would be, I think, very beneficial. So yes, that is available to use now, and you can get to, I keep saying it, but you can get to, the way the channel benefits is if you just click the link in any of the videos, there is a link to WWE Shop or WWE Euroshop. If you click on that link, then anything you buy, I think it's like 1% or something, it's nothing, comes back to the channel, right? That's what Fanatics have said. That's the agreement, if you will. But to be honest, I just think it's awesome for you guys. I just think it's awesome for you guys, because now, like, you can save some money on stuff that's not saving money. So I like that. And I've said before, you know, I get so many people get in touch with me like, oh, will you promote this mobile game? Will you promote Blue Chew? Will you promote, I don't know, flipping tossing salad? I don't know. And, you know, I've never done any of those because, I don't know, it's not wrestling related. And I might have to get to the point where I have to do them, but I'm fortunate in that I don't have to do them at the moment. But if someone like WWE or Fanatics ever get in touch and they're like, oh, can you tell people about this wrestling WWE related thing? I'm like, yeah, definitely. Because, you know, that's the stuff we're interested in, innit? And I also think the Euroshop thing has got those Hall of Fame pop vinyls. I'm pretty sure they're on Euroshop, so I need to have a look myself. So I might be using Days 15 myself, to be honest. I need to have a look. I only found out about this code a couple of days ago, so I'm very excited about it. So, Jim, I will have to have a look into that dubbing thing. JP said, you talk about someone not reaching their full potential. I think that person's Xavier Woods. Yeah, that's a good shout. I agree. I think that the New Day was fantastic for him. Of course it was. But it's also been a shackle because he is someone that I think could have really benefited if the New Day had split and there'd been a turn. And then he could have become his own solo star and, you know, gone off and got his own opportunities. But the New Day never split. They're still going. And even though Big E left, which killed the New Day, in my opinion, he and Kofi are still around, but they're just nowhere near as compelling as what they were when we were doing Bootios. Bootios and Pops and all that kind, you know, like the pancakes and the ice pops, like all of that stuff. We did loads of those things, and New Day were red hot, but I mean they've not been that like that for years and years and years and years and years. And he did not benefit from like a big split, did he? He didn't benefit from that. So yeah, I agree, he's just sort of been a little bit trapped. But it's weird though, he's been trapped in something that's been like one of the best things WWE has ever done. So it's kind of not a bad thing to be trapped in. Of all the stuff to be trapped in, there could be way, way worse. But yeah, I think he has missed out on that big solo run. I don't know that it's going to happen for him now, to be honest. But listen, if his career is New Day, and that's all his WWE career is going to be remembered for, oh man, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? Could have been a hell of a lot worse. New Day will go down as one of the greatest factions, teams we've ever seen. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? If you used to do a Mount Rushmore of tag teams in WWE, I think you've got to go with the Usos. You've got to. I think you've got to go with Legion of Doom. Oh, do you go Dudleys? Do you go Hardys? Do you go, I mean, British Bulldogs, Heart Foundation, you know, do you go with the New Day? I feel like you sort of have to go New Day. Maybe you would put New Day on a faction Mount Rushmore. Perhaps you would do like DX and you could put New Day on like a faction one. I mean, you are chiseling a lot of faces on that. It's going to take a lot of work, but you get my point. Perhaps they would make that one rather than tag team. Don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. But the point remains, if that's all he ever does, he still had one hell of a career, and one hell of a career. Lesnar and Vince have killed the New Day when Kofi lost the belt, said AR1. WWE should have a 6-man tag title, and then they could revive the New Day, says Jim. Sonny, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Does anyone want a 1-card tarot reading? Full reads are on my Twitter, says Sonny. Sonny, shout out to you. William said, I am more angry about the state of liberal politics. What, than how Xavier's been treated? That's probably fair. I think you're right to be more angry about political things than how Xavier Woods has been treated. I think you've got your priorities right there. But isn't a faction supposed to have 4 or more members? I feel like trio is the right word for 3, says I'm your father. I don't think so, to be honest. It's an interesting point. We'll have a look. I've always regarded 3 as a faction. It's probably one of those where we'll never get like a satisfying definition. Wrestling, yeah, I mean, you've got different words, haven't you? You've got wrestling factions, you've got stables, teams, trios, as you said. I mean, I don't know. We've got one here, Online Wrestling World. They've got a whole list of factions. They've got plenty of 3-person teams in there. I think for me, a faction is more than 2. I don't think you can have a 2-man faction because that's a tag team. But in WWE, we don't have any belts that recognize more than 2 people. So if you've got more than 2 people, you've got basically someone that can't compete in a match because there's no belt for them to compete in. You can have them in a 6-man tag, but they can't compete for a title. So for me, more than 2 would be a faction. But it's an interesting point because, honestly, I don't know if it's ever truly been defined as like, well, 2's a tag team, 3's a trio, 4 or above it. I don't know that exists. I think for me, 2's a tag team, 3 or more is a faction. Yes, they do call it trios in other companies, but in WWE, we've never had that. So from a wrestling perspective, 3 being a trios could be correct. But from a WWE perspective, we've never had it. So I would say, for me personally, 3 or above is a faction. I have no problem with... I've always referred to it that way. I've always said that the Shield is one of my favourite factions as well. So it's not just the New Day that I would refer to it that way. But it's a very interesting point. It's a very interesting point. I don't know that it's actually ever truly been defined. Life of Daz said, Days, how are you doing? We had a nice surprise from out of nowhere when Natalia followed me on Twitter. That is a nice surprise. Life of Daz, shout out to you. I'm pleased that Natalia acknowledged you. You were acknowledged by Natalia. So very, very cool. Right, I just saw the time as well as I was reading that, and we didn't do our little breakdown for Raw, but there's only a couple of things for us to break down. So we have got Jey Uso taking on Drew McIntyre. We already knew about that. We mentioned it in Unseen. And Becky Lynch is going to have a match with Nia Jax. Now, currently, that's the biggest match that we've had. It's the highest rated match of the year. It was the very first WWE match of the year. And it's the highest rated match that we've got on our match list. So we could be eating good here with a rematch between Becky and Nia Jax. So those are the only 2 things that are on the official preview for tonight. So we're kind of going in a little bit with our eyes closed here because we don't know We don't quite know what we're going to get tonight, so I don't know. That could be a good thing. I'm looking forward to it. Even though this might not be the biggest show, might not be like there's no Rock or anything like that. Listen, this is still the road to WrestleMania. This should still bang. 9 minutes to go. I think the wild card in the IC title match will be James Ellsworth. Hall of Fame. James said Gunther retains at Mania, then the Raw after Mania. He said no one can beat me. He'll issue an open challenge. Ilya debuts on the main roster and pins him. I would love it, but I would love it. Put me down for that. Life of Dad said, are you going to check out 2K24? What do you mean by that? I'm not going to buy it. I bought 2K23 about 2 weeks ago because it was £9. And I only did that for one reason, and that was so that I could look at moves and kind of have a refresh of what moves are called, the names of moves. Because I do see a lot of moves, and I'm like, oh god, is that a blockbuster? Is it sliced bread? Is it a burning hammer? Like, oh man, I can't quite remember. So I need that refresh. The problem with WWE commentators is they never tell you. So you'll see it move and you'll go, oh yeah, what is that? And no one will ever tell you. So if you do want to learn about moves, you can obviously watch AEW and listen to Excalibur, who knows every move that's ever happened in the history of wrestling. Or it dawned on me, get the game, and then you can have a look at some of the moves on there. It's funny, actually. I've seen a lot of people saying that they've learned the names of different moves by putting move sets together on 2K. So I think, actually, that's how a lot of people learn about the different names for the moves. So it is an excellent tool. Do you know, I did think, why has no one just took that as a separate thing and just done it as an app? I'd love that app. Imagine an app and you just press on it and it's just wrestling moves, and you can just search for a move, or you can have a look at two people standing and facing each other and there's the category of all the moves, or you could stuff on the top turnbuckle, stuff on the different suplexes. Do you know what I mean? And you could just watch little clips of them and being performed and find out what the moves are called and see the differences between a German suplex, a Snapdragon suplex, a Fisherman suplex. You know, I think that'd be an awesome app. I'd love that app. I'd love it. But it doesn't exist. I had a quick look on Google Play and I couldn't see anything on there. So I'm going to make that app, and then I'm going to become a millionaire, and then that's it. You won't see me again. So yeah, I think there's a need for an app like that. I think that would be a good app to do. But I have no desire to get 2K24. I don't even have the time to edit the LOL videos that are already made, let alone sit down and start playing 2K24. So no, I won't be getting the game. If I do get it, it'll be when it's like super marked down, like next year. But from what I've seen of the reviews, it's meant to be excellent. So nothing against the game itself. It's the reviews are coming in and they're like 8s. That's what I've seen a lot of, 8 out of 10s. It's meant to be very, very good. It's meant to be. I saw one review that called it the best in the series so far. High praise. So yeah, everything looks pretty good. But no, it's not on my list. They've brought back the casket match for 2K24, said Life of Daz. I mean the Electoral College. Everyone's voice is supposed to be heard, said Five Dog. Oh, hello. It's kicking off politics. What is the difference between a clothesline and a lariat? Oh, I like that. Okay, so in my mind, right, and I don't know if this is the true answer, but a clothesline is where you run and you deliver the move. A lariat is where you twist your body and you smash into them. So if you twist and throw an arm, you know, like how Raquel does. So she will throw a lariat, the person will duck underneath, and then she'll hit them with a lariat coming back. She loves that spot. She does it in a lot of her matches. She'll throw the lariat, they'll duck underneath, and then she swings it back again. In my mind, that's a lariat. clothesline would be where you run and put your arm out and then like knock people down. So I don't know if that's actually true, but in my mind, that would be the difference between the two. Days, I'm going to be in the background, said Edwards. I'll have you on, but I am probably going to go to sleep. Well, have a good night. Clothesline is where you put your arm out and your opponent runs into it. A lariat is you smash them with it, says James. Have you seen Iron Claw, said Internet Menace. Have I seen Iron Claw? No. Iron Claw is an interesting one because that is obviously the big wrestling movie that everyone's excited about. The only thing is, I know about the Von Erichs. There's been a lot of documentaries and obviously a lot of stuff done with them, like a Dark Side of the Ring, for example. And because the brothers all died, I mean, it's one of those, everyone loves the dark side of wrestling, you know. So there's been plenty of little videos and things that have been done over the years. So I sort of feel like I would definitely learn some stuff from the film. I've no doubt about that. The problem I've got is I don't know if I can trust it, because they did kind of take a bit of artistic license. So it's a tricky one, to be honest, because I'm sure there's some stuff I would find out, but I feel like all the major stuff I already know, and I actually may even run the risk of finding out some stuff that was not true anyway. So I'm sort of looking at it like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I would much rather sit down and watch a documentary on it. If that Iron Claw had been a documentary with like archive footage and had been put together that way, I would have gone. But because it's all Hollywood, and I think there has been artistic license taken, it's one that I'm like, I don't know. I'm definitely not going to go to the cinema for it. I'll probably check it out on Netflix. Probably something like that, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, we don't get that many wrestling-related big Hollywood movies. So, you know, I think when it comes to something like that, though, I'd much rather it be a story that hadn't happened. If you're going to be a bit Hollywood about it and make little tweaks and changes, tell me a unique story, like with The Wrestler. That was a unique story. That wasn't based on, well, it was based on a lot of people, but it wasn't based on one particular person, to my knowledge. So, yeah, no, I didn't, but I heard it was good. Right, Raw has begun. Days, it won't teach you anything, but it will make you feel things, says Nick. Oh, I don't mind. I'm dead inside, so I don't really want to. Right, go Spurs, go. We are in San Antonio, the home of Tottenham Hotspurs. Right, here is Jey Uso arriving. He is getting ready for his match later against Drew McIntyre. In the background looks to be a production truck. There is Nia Jax arriving as well. She's going to be taking on Becky Lynch. Talking about what went down on SmackDown. And we're also seeing what happened 9 days... We're still talking about Elimination Chamber. 9 days ago. Right, so Raw has begun. Big Time said SmackDown did 2.34. The breakdown had Rock Roman at 275. Tiffany Naomi segment lost 863 to 188. Fox was censoring a sign and the screen went black every 15 seconds. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? We didn't get that here. So I did see there was people in the chat going, what's happening? Why does it keep cutting off? But I was not experiencing that here. So I was not having that same experience. So yeah, I'm sure that did cause a bit of disruption, which is a real shame. Would it be enough for someone to turn it off? Maybe it would. Maybe it was so annoying people were like, oh, forget this. Ric Flair's portrayal in Iron Claw was not that good, said Mr. Aaron. Days, I just realized we're a month away from WrestleMania. If John Cena will have a match, doesn't he usually start? He's not expected to have a match this time. No. Apparently he's filming Peacemaker, so he's not expected to have a match. But he is hoping to be there. And they want to find something significant for him to do, something memorable. Do you remember when he came out as Thugonomics John Cena? Was that at 35? He came out as Thugonomics John Cena, and it was like a cool little moment. They're trying to find something like that for him, I think. A little moment, WrestleMania moment, but not a match because he is filming at the moment. Acknowledge me. Coach Co is hyping himself up for his next stroke of genius, says Mitchell. Did you watch AEW last night? No. I saw clips online. And I was obviously paying attention to the Sting situation. But no, I didn't buy it and watch it. James said Thugonomics Cena would cook Max Caster on the mic. Okay. SmackDown. Oh, we're starting with Cody Rhodes. Oh, okay, let's go, man. This is what we needed. We needed something to kind of not wake us up, but you know what I mean? We're sat here just watching flipping replays and video packages. This company really punishes you if you pay attention and watch everything, because it makes you watch it all again. I mean, granted, only for 4 minutes, but even so. Sometimes you just want to get into it, you know? So, here we go. Cody Rhodes making his way down to the ring. We want Cody. Did you see his shirt as well? Ah, so good. So, obviously, you've got the Rock shirt where he's slapping Cody. Well, Cody's released a shirt where he's being slapped. And he's saying, get ready to learn the words to kingdom. So it's a good shirt, man. It's a good shirt. So they've got a shirt for... And they needed to do that as well, because that Rock shirt was... it was really good. It was really funny. And they needed to give Cody a response to that shirt. So, yeah, very good. Aaron said, it's funny how Rocky was ready talking about being head of the table a couple of months ago. Definitely going to screw Roman, says Aaron. What do you want to talk about, said Internet Menace. AR1 said Samantha Irvin is the GOAT. Whoa. Oh, we can go Lady Goat, but I will not have any shade thrown at Howard Finkel. We are not having any of this. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. We'll have no shade thrown at the Fink, thank you very much. But she is, I will happily say, the Lady Goat. I effing hate this song with a passion, says King Yeti. Oh, really? Is this your Judas? Right, Cody in the ring. But there's a real lack of communication from Fox and WWE. One side should have had a security check sign for what makes front cam, and Fox shouldn't be finger bashing. Oh, hey, Fox doing a bit of finger bashing, eh? God bless them. Right, loud Cody chants. Cody. Cody in the ring. Crowd making noise. He acknowledges them, puts his arms out. They love it, mates. Big time Beck sign in the crowd. Smile on the face of Cody. So, what do you want to talk about? Pop music. More Cody chants. San Antonio. Big cheer. Cheap pop. What do we want to talk about? Probably the challenge. You need to just accept it. I'd love about how at WrestleMania 40, in the main event, the biggest game of the year, so he wants to talk about the main events, and he calls Roman the greatest champion in the company's history. That doesn't get a good reaction. But I'm unable to do that. A distraction. The Rock. A distraction that stings quite a bit. Sting. The Rock. Rocky sucks. Loud Rocky sucks chants, you know. Passionate Rocky sucks chants. Yeah, that is true. 16 minutes, deleted it, put up a 21-minute one. He called the crowd meth heads. He did do this. Yeah. He talks about my dog. Don't ever talk about my dog. He called your dog goofy ass stupid dog or something. He did. And then the biggest headline. Rock did not accept my challenge to go one-on-one. Crowd boo. He spun that. He changed it. He presented a whole new challenge. Michael Cole just said Cody Roman will be the co-main event. Well, if James Ellsworth comes back, that would make sense. The people don't want Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns, so we're finding out Cody's perspective right now. The people don't want you versus Roman. Wow. The Rock didn't mention that, did he? I don't remember him saying the people don't want you versus Roman. They want Rock versus Roman. He didn't say that. Crowd are chanting. Look at the amount of people in that building. That building looks amazing. It's got 4 levels. Looks awesome, doesn't it? I heard it. WWE officials heard it. Rock heard it. The "We Want Cody" chants. He called you lot crybabies. Have we got any crybabies? Yeah, there's a big cheer. There's loads. Loads of proud Cody crybaby signs. They're piled to the rafters. It's a sold-out crowd of 13.5. It looks amazing on TV. Looks like they're flipping dripping off the ceiling. Right, who's he bringing out? World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Well, do you know what? Very interesting segment so far. I think that is the key part, isn't it? The fact that The Rock said to Cody, people don't want you versus Roman. That was not said, if memory serves correctly, in The Rock's 21-minute promo. he said, like, you've got an opportunity to do something for the business, to give us the, you know, you could give us the biggest main event. The way that he worded it was that, oh, you could do this. This is a good opportunity. You know, me and Roman, that's the biggest match we can do. I don't remember him ever saying in that 21-minute video that people don't want Cody versus Roman. So that's an interesting development. Why is his dog named Pharaoh? I actually don't know. I don't know why he called his dog Pharaoh. Does anyone know what Pharaoh is named after? Right, Seth has come down in fluorescent yellow. Seth's music is amazing, said Johnny. AJG said the difference between AEW and WWE is the actual fans on the opposite side of the hard camera. Defcon said Pharaoh is just a good name. Steven said Liverpool is the best team in the world. James said LSW, I'm good, hope you're well. Chris said highlighter Rollins. Internet Menace says it's a green tracksuit. Ooh. Yeah, is it green? Is it yellow? It's sort of in... Yeah, it could be green. Monday Night Rollins. I mean, he is literally glowing. If you turn the lights off, he could... Everyone would still be able to see because of what Seth is wearing. Right, Seth is in the ring then with Cody. Sonny, hello. I'm good. Hope you're well. Obviously, you've offered to have my back. The plot has been incredibly twisted. So Cody is saying to Seth about Drew McIntyre. He's just said something else really interesting. I understand if you want to focus on Drew and don't have my back. Cody just said it wasn't until I saw that presentation, that PowerPoint presentation about the bloodline and how they're better than our families, that I knew what I had to do. That's interesting. I got thoughts. Seth said he'll take care of Drew McIntyre. King Yeti said Seth is ready to team with Naomi. Very good. Taking down the bloodline is the biggest thing that we can do. It's not just your story. It's my story as well. I wanted to take the power and give it back to the people 10 years ago. Roman wants to keep all the power for himself. Boo. Oh, very good. Very good, Seth. Very good. Seth with the hand gesture. Very good. I think Seth said he's over the Rock. Rocky sucks chance. Oh man, look at that crybaby sign. That's brilliant. It says cry, Rocky, cry, and it's got like crying emojis. That was a brilliant sign. He hasn't been the Rock for a long time. He damn sure hasn't been the People's Champion. I think I'm going to call The Rock. Oh, God, please don't mess this up. If you've got a funny nickname, please, it needs to be funny. Diarrhea Dwayne. Diarrhea Dwayne. I think The Rock's going to tear him apart on that one. It's not quite Big Billy Starks, but... we have got Diarrhea chant. Diarrhea Dwayne, you can't really chant, but you can chant diarrhea. Okay. Tell you what, Seth needed that chant then, because I think The Rock was ready to pounce on that, and I think he still will. It's probably not wise for Seth to try and go toe-to-toe with The Rock on the microphone. He says he can make the World Championship go away. Rock, I dare you to try and take his title, make his title go away. 21 minutes is a long time to listen to that idiot. Diarrhea Dwayne hasn't been cool in 20 years. Medical clearance for Seth. 100% medical clearance. Well, that's interesting. You know that... wow. So Seth is going to confront the Bloodline on Friday. Well, you know that Damian Priest's ears just went boop when he heard the words medical clearance. Here we go then. So Seth is right by Cody's side. Cody's got a message for The Rock. It's been a long time since you haven't just been handed something. I think you forgot. Okay, so they're going to SmackDown. A little Dusty impression. I'll give you my very clear and obvious answer as to what's going to happen at WrestleMania. Well, there we go. That was a big segment, bigger than I expected. Lots of answers, more answers than I expected. Some really, really interesting stuff was said there. Really interesting stuff. There's a bit that he says about how he didn't make his mind up until he saw the presentation. So that explains why he didn't speak to The Rock backstage. The problem is that means when he went to the press conference, he was still going to pick Seth. That's the issue I've got with it. Do you remember the tweet that he put out where he said, I hear you, you've got to trust me, guys? That was 2 days before the press event. 2 days before the press event. And apparently in that moment, if the timeline is to be believed, he was still picking Seth. He was still going to pick Seth. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. But he needed some way of answering The Rock. He was in a real difficult position. He needed some way to answer The Rock as to why he didn't speak to The Rock backstage. He had to respond to that. And this is how he's done it. This is how they figured out how he's going to do it. So the truth is that when he was at the press event, when we were all excited and everything, he was still going to pick Seth until he saw that presentation, which is mental to me. It's crazy. But they were in a tricky situation, and that's how they've got out of it. So I thought that was really interesting. I also think this advert's really interesting. I've never seen this before. A new WWE 2K advert looking from the perspective of wrestlers. It's key moments whilst you're in the ring and everything. It looked awesome. Right, get reaction to that, please. What did you think? I want reaction. I need your reaction. My reaction is massive segment, loads of answers. Really, we ate good there for a good 20 minutes. We ate good. I think there's definitely things that coming out of it, I'm like, oh, I don't know, you know, the fact he was going to that press event and he was still going to pick Seth is mental to me. But as we said, they were in a tricky spot. They're going to go to SmackDown. SmackDown's huge. Rock, Roman, Cody, Seth, all at SmackDown on Friday. Huge, 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 huge. Diarrhea Dwayne, how'd you feel about that? I think until the crowd started chanting it, Seth was in a bit of trouble there. Because it's one of those where you go, okay, it's not like Jericho with his big Billy Starks, which was atrocious. But it didn't seem to land. And it was like, oh, I don't know, man. I think if, The Rock could tear you apart for this. But the fact that the crowd started to chant diarrhea, I think has saved it, to be honest. I think the crowd have really helped Seth out there. So, but there'll still be plenty of people going, oh God, Seth. Please don't try and get the microphone and go toe to toe with The Rock, because he's going to tear you apart. He's going to tear you apart. Yeah, there was some answers, weren't there? There was some answers there. Mitchell said, I'll tell you what's cool. Carlito is cool. Carlito is cool. And, I want to see, Days Diarrhea is Ria Ripley's name already. Seth had a chance to call him Crack Rock and he blew it. Calvin said, people really want to see Rock get his head stomped in by Seth. Hasib said, do you think the Bloodline story would be better with Dean Ambrose, or don't you care? Would this be better with Dean Ambrose? Yeah, it would be better. If Dean was involved as well, Seth, Dean and Cody, trying to bring down Roman, who's, gone crazy. I think that would be good, because you're leaning even more into the Shield stuff. So, yeah, I think that would make things even spicier. But I don't think it makes a massive difference. I think, if you need a third person or a fourth person, Jey Uso is just as good because he was in the Bloodline, and you could argue Sammy would be just as good because he used to be in the Bloodline as well. So the reason why Dean would be good is because of the history, but you do get that with Jimmy and Sammy as well. But it's just, I don't know, are they going to be busy with other things? We don't quite know what Sammy's doing at WrestleMania at the moment. But I enjoyed the promo, except for the Diarrhea Dwayne bit. That does seem kind of childish, says Johnny. 40-minute promo, followed by a 20-minute promo. WWE is long-winded, said Real. Dominic is in the ring. So Dominic Mysterio is going to be competing. Who's he facing? Do I know who he's facing? He ran his mouth last week. It got him into some trouble. Is this going to be Andrade? Oh, no, it's Gunther. We're getting a Gunther match and it wasn't announced. Dominic against Gunther is pretty random, innit? Okay. Gunther. And he's coming down on his own. There's no sign of Imperium. Gunther making his way down the Ring General. Right. Mitchell said, I feel like everything major on Raw now is just to promote something on SmackDown. Yeah, well, that is a bit of the problem, isn't it, with the fact that the champ is on SmackDown. You know, the champ is on SmackDown. You've got The Rock on SmackDown as well. So, yeah, you kind of are having to respond, aren't you, really, to whatever is on SmackDown? Robert, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. We are underway with Dominic against Gunther. Brony said, do you think Seth's response promo to The Rock was good? I thought it was poor compared to The Rock's promo. Well, I think it was... I think the bits where he was... The bits where he was genuine and saying, like, come on, Cody, we need to bring them down, that was good. I could buy into that. The bits, and the bit where he said, you know, what was the wording exactly about taking his title? I dare you to take my title away. Like, that's a good... I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. I dare you to take my title away. I'm interested to see where that leads. So there was definitely bits that Seth said that was like, yeah, that felt good. And when he was talking with Cody. But the diarrhea bit, which was his opportunity to really come up with something that was going to land, you know, that felt like it missed to me. But as I said, saved by the crowd. I think if the crowd hadn't started chanting diarrhea, that would have been a bit of a problem. But I think the crowd chanting it has kind of sent the message that it did connect with the people there. And so it sort of saved it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look, Seth's not as good a promo as what The Rock is. Shock, horror. You know, I mean, The Rock's one of the best to ever do it. So I think that it was always going to be a challenge. Obviously, they had plenty of time to think about it. So you could maybe make the argument it would have been good if it had been a bit stronger. Oh, JD distracting. Dominic smashing Gunther's arm into the ring post. The LED broke. And he comes down onto Gunther. Gunther in the ring. Gunther grabbing a hold of Dominic. And this really shouldn't take long, should it? Timothy said, I've got 2 words for you. Diarrhea Dwayne. The Sting reference, said Alan. Yeah, I don't know if it is a ref. I don't know. I mean, it seems a strange reference. I mean, if he wanted to reference Sting, he could have said, you know, Friday, it'll be showtime, and a little wink or something. You know what I mean? If you wanted to make it about Sting, and you wanted to pay some respect to Sting and acknowledge Sting, I feel like there's ways you could have done it. Just saying that something stings... and not really, like, there's a good chance that it's just a coincidence, to be honest. Unless there's another reference that I've missed. Like, I'm in two minds as to whether that's got anything to do with Sting whatsoever, or if it's just a coincidence that he's used that word. Don't know. I think there'll be plenty of people saying that it is a reference, and it definitely caught my ear because obviously Sting has been mentioned so much, so it could be. But I think if you really wanted to pay respect to Sting, I think there's probably better ways of doing that as well if it was meant to be respect, you know. They mentioned Sting on commentary. Oh right, I don't listen to. Oh god, I couldn't cope with listening to Pat, so I never listened to commentary. Maka said, "Why do I get the feeling that Seth has been planted by Roman and will turn on Cody?" Well, it's an option. It's an option. Sting, Cole didn't mention Sting. It's a lie," said Mr. Cardinal. Okay. Blue Chew said, maybe they're setting up SmackDown to be the A show, leading to a title unification, since Raw is still looking for a temporary home before the Netflix era. Perhaps they are setting up SmackDown to be the A show. Maybe. I don't know. I think they need to get ratings on both. I think it's difficult because you've got Roman and you've got The Rock, and to be perfectly truthful, both of them are working a limited schedule. I mean, The Rock ain't doing house shows. He ain't wrestling, is he? If he's going to wrestle, it'll only be at WrestleMania or SummerSlam or a big show after. And we know that the Roman schedule is very limited with his dates. So it's going to be, we couldn't even get him for Elimination Chamber, and that was a premium live event. So trying to get them to come over to Raw, right? I mean, like, you might be able to do it, but it's a hell of a lot easier to get Seth and Cody to go to SmackDown. So you can sort of, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose to make SmackDown the bigger show, or if it's just a case that the scheduling and the dates available means that they sort of have to have Cody and Seth be the ones. And actually, I mean, it makes a bit more sense because Roman and Rock shouldn't really have to step out of their world to go chasing after Seth and Cody. It should be that Seth and Cody go to them. So I think even from a storyline perspective, it works. Roman shouldn't really have to be running around and turning up to shows that he's not meant to be on. It should be that Cody and Seth are the ones that are inconvenienced. So I don't know. It could be a bit about making SmackDown the bigger show. It could be a little bit about, it could be a few bits. It could be a little bit about the dates that are available as well. Right, we are back from commercial break. Timothy said Sting made it clear last night that he is going to be a part of AEW in some way. Seth used the L sign as a joke. It was interesting, said Timothy. King Yeti said Cole did mention Sting's retirement and he mentioned the match. So there we go. Thank you. The Beach Kevin said Roman doesn't work Raw's. Do they have to do it there? Yeah, they'll have to go there. I mean, I'm sure they could get some extra dates on Roman. I mean, it is WrestleMania season, but as we said, it's going to be a lot easier to have Seth and Cody doing the running around. Right, Gunther is in control. Wild said, do you think they should make NXT 3 hours because they've got a lot of superstars? They could do. They could do. They could have, let's turn it up. They could have NXT 3 hours. Gunther looking to chop JD. Kojiko says new profile picture, and it is of Ric Flair lying down during that Sting match. Dominic going to the outside, lands on top of Gunther. I think Raw needs Stone Cold or Cena, said Neil Shant. Tyler said, did you see Damian Finn Balor box in the upper right of the Judgment Day clubhouse? Did I see the Demon Finn Balor box in the upper right of the clubhouse? No, but I don't. I think the stuff they've got in the background, I think it's just, isn't it, things related to the different people? Like, that is part of Finn's history, isn't it? And not long ago as well. I mean, he was the Demon when he was in the Judgment Day, and he had a match with Edge. Oh, Gunther could have got the 3 there, but instead he grabs Dominic, picks him up. So Dominic is going to continue to suffer as Gunther grabs the legs of Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom's ring gear is ripped as he kicks out at Gunther. Gunther could have got the victory already. Big chop. Massive chop by Gunther. Gunther picking up Dominic. Dominic flipping round. Wow! That looked brilliant. God, that looks so good. Lovely reversal there by Dominic. You can see Gunther just saying a few words to Dominic. Dominic over by the ropes. Against the ropes goes Dominic. Cross body forearm. He's got Gunther in position for the 619. 619 coming in by Dominic. Connects. Look, I love Dominic's ring gear being all ripped and everything. I mean, it looks like he's been in a proper war. Roll through. Gunther. Drop kick. Dominic goes down. Gunther grabbing Dominic. Looking for the power bomb. Boom. And now he's going to get him into the Boston Crab. And Dominic taps straight away. So Gunther picks up the victory against Dominic. And we definitely need to get your match scores for that one. What did you think about that as a contest? I'd like to get the match scores for all of the matches. Good. Okay. Gunther. It was a fun little match, said Mitchell. Damn, he beat Dom's ass, said Vin. Right, we're backstage with Damage Control. Women's tag titles, of course, are going to be defended tomorrow on NXT. Here is Adam Pearce. Yeah. I'm trying to get ahead of whatever you've got planned. Why are you here? Shayna and Zoe. So they've come to have a look at Shayna and Zoe, and that is a concern for Adam Pearce because he knows there's going to be some interference. Hello, Shinsuke. I assume this is about the IC title. Yes. Yes. An announcement tonight about the IC title. Meet me in my office. Dakota was doing some good talking there, you know. She was quite sassy. Right, coming up next, Kaden and Katana. Yeah, love them too. Taking on Shayna and Zoe. I don't think this is going to go well. So, Shinsuke, interested in the IC title. Definitely a lot of people in there around. Dakota looking like a manager with a championship, said Vince. Nishant said, unfortunately, Punk's injured. Otherwise, I think Raw would be great as well as SmackDown. That's true. Yeah, we are definitely missing CM Punk. Danny said, do you think we are going to see any kind of men's singles title change hands on Monday or Friday, or is it just PLEs? No, there is an opportunity to do some last minute adjusting. You know, if they really don't want Seth to be in 2 matches, they could have Damian cash in on Seth. And then we could end up with a completely different match than the one that's announced at the moment. If they think that Seth really should only do the 1 match and that be the tag match. But to be honest, this close to WrestleMania, you would think the pieces would probably be where they should be by now. I mean, we're only, what, 4 weeks out or so? It's not long. So I wouldn't expect any titles to change hands unless we do a title match on the Friday before, right? Because on the Go Home SmackDown, we have been doing things like the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. We have been doing mid-card title matches. I seem to remember like the IC title being defended on a Go Home SmackDown rather than at WrestleMania a few years ago. So maybe we do something like that, but I don't think so. I think the IC title and the US title will both be defended at WrestleMania. And I think Gunther will go in as champ, and I think Logan will go in as champ, so I don't expect movement there. I don't expect the women's titles to change. Clearly, Roman won't lose before WrestleMania. He won't even fight before WrestleMania. And I don't know, Seth's an interesting one because, you know, Seth losing the belt would mean he doesn't have to work twice. So Seth's an interesting one. Tag titles, maybe, but I don't expect it. So really, the only one that I think would be Seth. And it would only be because of him not wanting him to wrestle twice. And I don't think he'll lose it. Unless something comes of this, I dare you to take this title away from me comment. If that does lead to something, that could be interesting. What if The Rock somehow strips Seth of the title in a way that's meant to upset the fans, but I don't know. That is an interesting one. The Seth one is the one that I'm looking at going, well, something might happen before WrestleMania, but I don't know that it does. Real said, WWE doesn't have a women's tag division. Some people are going around in circles wrestling each other. Paul said, I second that, Days. The videos are cool. Wrestling education for me. Paul, shout out to you. I really appreciate the kind words. It's just a good, it's just a good place for everyone to share their thoughts. I'm really thinking about the Seth thing now. But Paul, I appreciate it, man. Tom said, I think the Andre Battle Royal should be on the kickoff show. They should bring back the Women's Battle Royal. Well, I don't know, actually, because that was brought in as a way for people to get onto the WrestleMania card. So it is a real shame that they do it on the SmackDown before. I sort of feel like, why not do it on the kickoff show? If you really can't get it onto the WrestleMania show, why not do Andre Battle Royal on the kickoff show for night one and do the women's on the kickoff show on night two? If you really can't find a way of getting it onto the actual show. Because it is a real shame that a lot of people that go into those Battle Royals, they don't make it onto the WrestleMania card. And that opportunity to just even walk down the ramp and get into the ring, even if you've not got your music playing, you're still in front of all these people. Like, you could understand from a morale point of view that being, like, significant. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky one. It's a real tricky one. Here's Andrade. He's arrived and he is going to make his debut. Okay, here we've got Caden and Katana. They're not doing their entrance. They're not doing their proper entrance. What's going on? Yeah, we still get a little bit. Are we pushed for time? I think we're pushed for time a little bit here. Caden still gave us it. It was a little mini one. Backstage with Kathy Kelly. She's talking to Caden and Katana. Let's end the poll because we don't want that to get confusing. We got a taste of the gold and we're going to get it back. It's WrestleMania season. Okay, Caden and Katana taking on Shayna and Zoe. Shayna and Zoe have been on a roll at the moment, so I think it'll be them that will get the win. Where is Damage Control? Oh, there they are. Literally all in front of the commentary desk. Right. Fun fact, the last time I saw a championship change hands in person, said Jawsome, was on the Raw where Jeff Hardy pinned Jinder for the US Championship. It was a Raw opener and it was about 7 years ago. Whew. I don't know that I've ever seen a title change hands, you know. In fact, I don't think I have in person. Don't think... Oh, no, I have, but it was the NXT tag titles, and that was at the Royal Albert Hall when it was, I think, Undisputed Era against British Strong Style. So I've seen the NXT tag titles change hands. I've seen the first ever NXT UK champ be crowned, and the first women's champ be crowned, which was Rhea Ripley in Birmingham. That's amazing, isn't it? Rhea Ripley winning the NXT UK women's title. She was the first champ, and it got crowned in Birmingham, UK. And I also saw the NXT UK. That's one of my proudest things, actually. Live, I was there when the first NXT UK champion was crowned. The first NXT women's champ, NXT UK women's champ was crowned. And the first NXT UK tag team champs were crowned. I was there to see the inaugural champions of all of those. That is one of my proudest things that I can say. It's heartbreaking that the belts are no longer around. The whole thing was irrelevant. But such a cool time for British wrestling. That was really cool. So yes, I was very engaged with going to NXT UK when it was first starting up. But yeah, real shame it's not around anymore. James, thank you. Wrestle Andy said, I was seeing Trish live tonight. I was seeing Trish live tonight. She asked if people wanted to see her return to WWE. All the fans were saying her versus Tiffany. I was seeing Trish live tonight, and she asked if people wanted to see her return to WWE. All the fans were saying her versus... Where did you see her? Where did you see her? Where are you? Where was Trish? Did you see that Mandy Rose is in the UK? Jimmy said, back in the old days, Stone Cold against Undertaker. When Stone Cold won the WWF Championship on Raw, I was there in person. Very cool. Very cool. Johnny said, why do you? Days, why do you? Why do I? Wrestle with Andy said she's in Scotland. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's probably been mugged already. Oh my God. Poor Trish. Trish, if you're watching this, get out. Get out. Get the first flight out. Whilst you've still got the fillings in your teeth. Oh, I didn't know she was in Scotland. Johnny said, have you ever been to Scotland? God, no. No, I think too highly of myself. No, I have. I've been to Edinburgh. Edinburgh's lovely, man. It's amazing. Edinburgh. Why would anyone want to go to Scotland? Said James. Edinburgh's amazing. If you get a chance to go to Edinburgh, I really recommend it. It's got a beautiful castle. They've got like, I went on this amazing whiskey tour actually, where they tell you like how whiskey's made, and they tell you the differences between the different Scotch whiskies, like Highland whiskey, Lowlands, Speyside, Islay. Like you get to learn all the differences, and you get. I've never been so drunk. I think it's the most drunk I've ever been in my life. Because as you go around, they give you like different bits, and then at the end is the greatest whiskey bar I have ever seen. I mean, it was like 10 shelves high, really long, and I think they had like, if they had every Scotch whiskey ever made, I wouldn't be surprised. It was just incredible. It was incredible. And I just got so drunk, man. I was gone. But loads of great shops, loads of places to go to. Edinburgh's awesome. So I've been there. I've been to Loch Ness, because I think you do that if you live in the UK. There's certain places you just end up going in your life. You'll end up going to Blackpool at some point. You'll end up going to London, and I'm pretty sure you'll end up going to Loch Ness at some point to see if you can see the monster that probably never existed. Yeah, so I have been to Scotland. With Mania a month away, how much longer until Jimmy and Jey start going at it on the mic? There's no way the Bloodline story will rob us of that feud, said Danny. Yeah, it could be as soon as this Friday, to be honest. Could be as soon as this Friday. Joe said, is Stone Cold going to return to have a segment with The Rock? He could do. He could do. The tour is brilliant in Edinburgh, but the Haunted tour is a scam. Oh, I've never been on the Haunted tour. I've not done that. You say it wasn't very good? Caden and Katana. I've got a feeling this match might not go on too long, so I'll just put Caden and Katana for now. Katana coming over. She goes onto that middle rope. Kick coming in by Zoe. Super kick there by Caden. She grabs Zoe. Boom. Ooh, it's a little bit botchy. Zoe seemed to get her knees up. Shayna grabbing Katana. Forearm strike there by Shayna. Oh my god, man. Choking out. Okay, that looks brutal, doesn't it? That looks brutal. Zoe rolling up Katana. 2, 3. And there we go. Shayna. Thought they would. Thought they would win, and we thought it wouldn't be long. So, match score for that one. Damage Control just witnessed a victory for Shayna and Zoe. Dakota in the ring with a microphone. Boos for Dakota. Just want to congratulate you on a really good match. Right. We'll come back. We'll come back to Houston, the far superior city to this place. We'll send the both of you crying just like we did to Bailey. Don't get it twisted. Right now we've got Damage Control. Face to face with Zoe and Shayna. Shayna says it's about time. They have been waiting and hoping on getting a title opportunity for quite a while, actually, Shayna and Zoe. Right, we're backstage with Becky. She's got her Elimination Chamber gear on. She's going to be taking on Nia Jax next. Coming up next. Right, Zoe and Shayna put me to sleep, said Brony. Zoe felt like she had momentum when she was with Trish. Now she feels irrelevant in this tag team with Shayna. Edward said, Days, I'm lying in bed seeing everyone slate my country. Scotland is stunning. I'm from Edinburgh. Scotland is a beautiful place. It's just the people in it. Scottish Nightmare said Dakota has to be the mouthpiece now since the other members can't speak English. That's true. Rivi said, is Dakota the leader or something? No, Scottish Nightmare I think is correct. She has to be the mouthpiece because the others don't speak English. So I don't know that she's the leader, but she's certainly the mouthpiece for the group. I would like to see Tiffany Stratton go against Nia Jax, said TBH. Chris said heel Days. What do you mean the people, said Edward? I don't know. I don't mean anything. I don't know what I mean, do I? I'm just saying words. Scotland is stunning. Scotland and stunning in the same sentence, says Tom. Manny said, which part from the UK are you from, says Manny. I'm from England. England is my city, in the words of, wasn't that from a Jake Paul song? England is my city. Why does Scotland suck? Please tell me, says Mitchell. Oh, it's very picturesque. It's very picturesque. It is very nice. It's very cold, but it is very nice. I wouldn't say anything bad about Edinburgh. I've never been to Glasgow. Don't know about Glasgow, but Edinburgh's great. Yeah, I had a weekend there, as I said. Got absolutely wrecked. Had a great time. Well, at least I think I did. I remember I took the train there and took the train back. And I remember that train ride back was, that was not fun, man. That was not fun. Scottish Nightmare said, I agree. The Scottish people are the worst. You won't be laughing when Scotland win the Euros. Mate, if Scotland win the Euros, I will be absolutely beside myself laughing. Because I'll wonder what world it is that we're living in. Yeah, that will be hysterical. I quite fancy England's chances, you know. I'm not trying to get... I don't want to get too carried away, but... I'm excited. When is it? It's like June. End of June? I love football tournaments. They're just the best, man. They are just the best. I've said it before, and I will say it again. There is nothing in this world I want more than England to win a major tournament in football. Nothing. I will put that over Cody finishing his story. I have never seen England win a major tournament in my life. So I would definitely love that. So yeah, we've watched World Cups and done watch-alongs for them, and we've done Euros and everything. I've got no plans to do that this time around, but oh God, I'm excited. Right, we are in San Antonio. That's nice, isn't it? We're just going down a canal. And we're just looking at some of the bars next to this canal. Hotel just ahead in San Antonio. San Antonio looks lovely. So, yeah, I do love that. I do love these shots of the local area. Right, we're backstage in the medical facility with Dirty Dom. Take it easy, says Damien. We're going to make things right, says Damien and Finn. You're going to make things right with Gunther? JD's like, what? Oh, is this Andrade? Keep an eye on him. He could be important for us, says Dominic. He's talking about Andrade. JD's not thrilled at the fact that he's got to deal with Gunther. Right. HBK should come out and have one more match, says Matthew. Right, let's end this poll so that we don't get all confused. Justin said, do you think it was right move having Sting and Darby retain just to have them vacate? I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I think that... For me, historically, I always say that you should lose your last match. I always think it's the last way you can give back to the business. I think if you think about the person's career, there will be a lot of people that have laid down for them during that career, that have put them over and given them the moments, you know. They've won championships and everything, and I just sort of feel like the last thing you can do is you can lay down for someone and then benefit. But I don't know how much benefit the Young Bucks would have got by beating Sting. I mean, they would have got a lot of heat, and they could have bragged about ruining Sting's retirement and whatever, but at the age that Sting's at, like, what is it, 63, 64, something like that? I mean, how much do they really benefit by beating Sting, you know? So I sort of think, like, well, doesn't really matter. I'm not really bothered. If anything, I suppose it's kind of exciting that you can now do a tournament and anyone could get those belts. So that's kind of interesting. I'm just not bothered. Doesn't bother me. My rule that I usually come out with is that you should lose your last match. I don't really feel like it applies too much because of Sting's age. It's a bit like, you know, when Ric Flair has his actual last match. Should Ric Flair win or lose? Does it matter? It ain't gonna matter, is it? At the age that Ric Flair's at, you ain't benefiting by beating Ric Flair. Here's Becky. Big time! Big time! So, Gunther, JD, and Future, and Dirty Dom. says to keep an eye on Andrade. He could be important. Right. Rhea Ripley and Becky will be facing off against each other at WrestleMania. So, Becky Lynch taking on Nia Jax. I don't think you should lose your last match. That isn't going to give someone the rub now like it used to, said Wisp. Yeah, that's what we're saying. I don't think you would get much of a rub if you was to beat Sting. Right, here's Nia. Sting did lose a match put over a talent with Steph. I don't want him to lose, but that's me, says Trini. I'm Carl said AEW Revolution had the same colour scheme as WrestleMania. Jawsome said, let's say Jericho returns for his final run. Who would you say would be a good final opponent? I would say KO. I mean, KO does make a lot of sense. I'm just trying to think if there's an alternative. Yeah, maybe KO. Do you know, a lot of people say Lexis King looks a lot like Jericho. I definitely see that. He looks a bit Jericho-esque and he looks a bit AJ Styles-esque. And I was just wondering if there could be some youngster that could benefit. So I was wondering about Lexis. I was wondering about Carmelo Hayes as well. Carmelo Hayes against Jericho could be a lot of fun. But Kevin Owens, what with their history and the Festival of Friendship and all of that, like... Yeah, I think I'd probably go that way. Nia Jax is shoulder charging into Becky. I heard days someone got a rub. I was hoping it was me. Right, Becky charging over, colliding into Nia, and Becky on her feet. Picking up Becky. Becky is on the... Oh, she goes down. Ooh, Nia went for a stomp. Becky moved out the way. Becky against the ropes. Crossbody. Slammed down by Nia. Nia in charge. I feel like Nia should win again. I want Nia to win again. I feel like Nia just had a big loss in the main event of Elimination Chamber. I kind of like the fact that Becky can't get past Nia. I know, like, it'll be a case that Becky will win. We're building her up for Rhea, but I kind of, you know, Becky's guaranteed to be in that match. She won the Chamber, so she's guaranteed to be at WrestleMania, whatever happens. Nia going for the cover and shoulder up. How did the girls not pee themselves, said Sheena. Do you know what? I saw a clip of Johnny Gargano, and he said that when he got slammed at NXT, one of the NXT takeover shows, by Tommaso, he said he got slammed so hard there was bits that came out of him. And he didn't specify as to what them bits were, whether they were solid bits or liquid bits or what it was. But I kind of got the impression that there was things that came out. And yeah, you don't quite know as what's going on, to be honest. I think there's quite a few... Well, I don't know how many layers, but there's obviously a bit of spandex and whatever that's involved that probably keeps things quite tight. And certainly stops marks from showing if anything did come out, you know? But it is true. They do kind of really land onto their stomachs and they do take some big, big bumps. And you do wonder how that kind of thing doesn't happen a bit more. It's very rare. Very, very rare. But then when you hear Johnny making the comment that he made, you do wonder, like, does it happen actually quite, not regular, but does it happen, like, more than we know and we just don't know? It's probably a good chance of that, you know? It's probably a good chance that that sort of thing does go down, but you just don't ever see it, and you're not aware of it. Shots coming in by Becky. Becky looks like a Raggedy Ann doll in this match. Becky going to the outside. She's climbing up. perched, ready to deliver a drop kick, but Nia moved. It didn't look like Becky got much of that, but all of a sudden Nia's like stumbling backwards, falling through the ropes. That spot didn't look great. Drop kick there by Becky. Becky on the outside of the ring. She goes, tries to wallop Nia. Nia with a Samoan drop. Becky is planted by Nia. Nia in control. JP said Becky has lost a lot of muscle tone. She does look thin. She does look really, really thin. I agree. I prefer my wrestlers, right? It's her body, her life, right? She can do what she wants, but I do prefer my wrestlers to have a bit more to them, you know? I think Shotzi has looked very thin and quite sickly for a while. She looks very thin as well. And Becky looks quite thin. I mean, like, it's good that they're looking after themselves and that they're hitting the gym and doing a lot of cardio, keeping themselves in a good shape, you know? But, yeah, it is true. I think you can look a bit too thin. So, I don't know. I'm trying to be careful because, obviously, body shaming and all of that, we're definitely not trying to do that. But, I think you can look a bit too thin as well. You do need to have a bit of muscle mass. You do need to have a bit of presence, you know? I must say I have noticed that as well. I don't know why, though. I don't know that she's, like, training for any marathon or anything. Perhaps she's just working cardio more than she's working, like, weights or building muscle or whatever, you know? Maybe she's doing that. Don't know. Right, we are at commercial break. Dad Stuff said, I've been to San Antonio 3 times. The river walk is absolutely beautiful, and it's such a fun place at nighttime. Oh, is that what that is? The river walk. Becky can't be a vegan. She just had a kid, said David. Trini said Becky lost weight because of eating changes and going vegan. She's working on regaining muscle. She talks about it in a podcast with Seth. Oh, it's interesting. Eating changes and going vegan has meant that she's lost muscle. Tyler Bate is vegan, proudly so. He's huge. So it is possible to get the proteins and what you need from going vegan. I don't believe going vegan means that you can't be building muscle or whatever, because there's lots of protein that's available in vegan sources of food. But yeah, I could understand that change being a challenge, you know. That's interesting. I don't understand why people go vegan, says Brony. Tyler Bate is huge. Yeah, not tall, but he's got some size to him. Yeah, definitely. He's called the Big Strong Boy. That's his nickname. That's not ironic. I don't know if you've noticed, but he has got some muscle to him. Right, we are back from commercial break. Elijah said, if Cody wins the WWE Championship, I'm going to shoot my gun in the air like it's New Year's. Just be careful. Right, we are back and we have got Becky in the corner with Nia. Looking for a superplex. Becky trying for... I tell you what, the crowd are making some noise here. Crowd are definitely into this. Becky in the corner. And... face first. Face buster. As Nia is on that middle rope. She's going to look to splash onto Big Time. Becky's going to move. Becky's going to move. She didn't move. Leg drop. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up, but only just... Man, I sort of feel like that should put you away. If a leg drop from Nia coming off the middle rope is not enough to put you away, then what the flip will? Ooh, I don't know about that kick out, man. I don't know about that kick out. She came off the middle rope, dropped a leg. Nia staring at Becky. Nia is trying to put Becky away. She gets up. Oh! The strap's coming down! The straps come down from Nia. Nice. Take over there by Becky. Nia goes over to the corner. Becky to the outside. Kick to the side of the heads. Nia is... Do some at Nia. 1, 2. Kick out. That was a bit sloppy. Come on. Becky should have been done by Nia's beefy thigh drop, said JP. Yeah, I don't think I would have had a kick out of that. Good match, though. I gotta say, I mean, it's sloppy in places. There's definitely bits that don't look quite right, but the crowd are into it. Crowd are definitely into it. Becky is back up on her feet. She's going over to Nia. She's trying to pick Nia up. Nia going over to the corner. Dragging Becky over to the corner. Nia is about to go up and hit this. Annihilator. Oh, my hole! Bex moves out the way, and now she's going for a disarmer. Get your foot on the rope, Nia. You're right by the ropes. In fact, you're under the ropes. So, Becky's trying to drag Nia into an armbar. Nia is trying to get under the ropes, and she does get under the ropes. So Nia dragging Becky to the edge of the ring. She's got Becky and slams her into the barricades. So Becky into the barricade. Nia grabbing Becky, hurling her back into the ring. Nia looking out at the crowds. Here's Liv. Liv. So, yeah, it is going to be a loss for Becky. Liv has interrupted in the match, and she has cost Becky the opportunity to get the win. Cry about it. Cry about it. Becky grabbing Liv. Liv grabbing, or Nia grabbing Liv, pulling her out of the ring. Beck's getting out. She picks up, oh my God. Nia just chucked Becky back. Becky just went hard onto the floor. I don't know if Nia thought she was throwing her into the ring post, but she sort of missed the ring post. Nia's just grabbed the hat off some dude and hit some dude with the cap. What did that dude say? Some dude must have said something. She grabbed his hat and started beating this dude in the crowd with his own hat. Oh, man. If that dude wasn't planted, do you think she's thinking to herself, oh, my God, I'm in so much trouble? You can't go hitting members of the crowd. You can't grab people's caps and start beating them with them. Ricochet backstage. I'm loving this look for Ricochet. I'm loving that look. He looks great in a suit. I trust you. No, don't be nice. Be a bit moody. Show a bit of an edge. Is Judgment Day. I'm about to make my announcement. So, JD was just saying something. We've had to cut away from JD. Sorry, JD. We've cut off mid-conversation there. That's quite rare. But JD was saying something to Adam Pearce, and that's it. We're out of time. We've cut away. Ricochet looking clean. He looks good. He looks good. IC ladder match is going to be confirmed, said Vince. Canada loves Cody Rhodes more than ever after the John Wick reference, said Elizabeth. Zoom Station said Ricochet has come in from catering. Gunther is definitely getting a ladder match, said Don. Well, he shouldn't, because that's not fair to Gunther. That's putting him in a position that's not very fair. So actually what Adam Pearce should do is he should announce a number one contenders ladder match with the winner facing Gunther, because it's not very fair to put Gunther in a ladder match, because, you know, the champ's at a massive disadvantage. So I would need it to make sense as to why we're doing it. Do you remember last year when Gunther was upset and told Adam Pearce that he hadn't done his job right because he had to do a triple threat? Imagine if now this year he puts him in like a 8-man ladder match. The cutaway was a Sting tribute, said Russell. It was. You're absolutely right. It was a Sting. It was amazing. Hang on, I'm getting my time cues. Give me a second. That's it. Done. David said Gunther will win at Mania and will vacate the title on Raw after Cody wins the title. Guys, I want to know more about Nia. That's what I want to know. She just beat up a man in the crowd with his own hat. I need to know if that dude was planted or not, because if he wasn't planted, I want to know what trouble she's in. You can't do that. You can't grab someone's cap and beat them with it. I mean, there is a line. You could take the cap and chuck it away, because someone can easily grab it and give it him back, but I don't think you're allowed to, like, hit him with the cap. I need to know what's happened. Bishop said, I've got a quick question. Did you consider doing top 5, top 10 matches a month video with the community's votes? It's an option that we can do. I would say that we're still kind of exploring what to do with that data. So we've put it into the opinion videos. And yeah, I mean, we could definitely look to do like top matches of the month, top matches of the year is a guaranteed. Top match, I don't know if every month would be a bit much, to be honest. It's tricky. Kind of feel like, well, I suppose it's 12 times a year. Is that too much? I don't know. We'll do more with them. We've got all the show information as well, so again, you could do similar with that. But is once a month too much? Do you do it every quarter? Maybe every quarter would be better. Every 3 months might be better. We'll see. If you cut away because Dom was very good. Jim said we cut away because Dominic had a die Rocky die sign. Very good. Very good. Gunther can beat all the dudes in his sleep, said Zoom Station. Priest is going to cash in on Gunther, said Matthew. Right, we are back from this commercial break, and we're almost at the halftime scores. We're not too far away, you know. Might as well. Where are we? We're at nearly... Keep getting your votes in. We'll end the poll in a second. Keep getting your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. We'll end this poll as we're apparently going over to an Adam Pearce announcement now. So, Superstar Sunday on A&E. Those documentaries rumbling along. Here's Liv. Liv looks like she's about to cry. Here's Becky. I understand why you did what you did. Typical. You can dish it, but you can't take it back. How about we fight about it next week? Liv says I would love to. And Liv walks away. So, Becky and Liv next week. Here's Rhea. Rhea laughs at Becky. You won't be laughing in a few weeks, says Becky. Right, well, there we go. Liv, I don't agree. I've been watching Beverly Hills 90210, said Cynthia. Aubrey said, yeah, Liv sucks. Just wish her fans would admit they think of her as a sex doll instead of trying to say that she's good in the ring. Oh my gosh, shots fired. Shots fired. Woo. Liv always cries, says Maggie. JP said, Liv, watch me. Johnny said, Becky is better than Liv. Jawson said, do you think Alexa returns at WrestleMania or the Raw after? She did say she would wrestle again after a few months of giving birth, and she posted a video of her training. She could return at WrestleMania. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where she would fit in. She's clearly not going to be around the title picture. So could she be involved in like the women's tag title thing? It would feel a bit late to start a new feud. So unless we were doing like open challenge or something like that, I've got to think as the weeks are going by, it's looking more likely that she'll either return at WrestleMania and start a feud for after, or she could be a surprise for the Raw after. I think she's a big star, so bringing her back at WrestleMania would be pretty cool, you know? I clearly would have no problem with that, so bringing her back at WrestleMania as a surprise, that would be pretty fun. Alexa's back. She interferes in a match. That'd be all right. How can people talk about Liv's ring skills and not mention Becky? It doesn't make sense, says Manny. The actor who plays the role of John Wick is from Toronto, said Elizabeth. Johnny said, I don't care about Liv, she's a crybaby. The man said, Liv should squash Becky next week. And your profile name is The Man. Maybe that's named after Ric Flair, but I wouldn't expect someone whose profile name is The Man to say that Liv should squash Becky. Right, we are just seeing a video package, and I am going to end this poll so that we don't get confused. Get it written down. Right, we're backstage with Jey. Jey is taking on Drew tonight. Jey Uso taking on Drew McIntyre. Ooh. Andrade. Mask looks great. Not sure about the entrance music for Andrade. I think the entrance music will grow on me. I think it'll grow. This company that makes the entrance music, I just don't think they're very good. It doesn't grab me straight away. It really doesn't grab me straight away, but I'm listening to it and I'm thinking, will this grow? I think it will. Right, Andrade coming up next. Andrade is making his debut next. Andrade teased in a heel turn when he checked on Dom. Who's he facing? I don't even know who he's facing. Andrade El Idolo. We saw Jey Uso backstage. Becky is a better wrestler than Liv, said Christopher. The mask makes me think Papa Shango, said David. The theme is fire, said Gringo. No debut returns. Who's he facing? Don't know yet. Don't know. Why is he a free agent? SmackDown debut, now Raw debut, said David. I don't know if he has signed with somewhere or if he's like specifically. I can't remember him signing, actually. I don't know. I don't know if he's settled on Raw now. I think he has. I think he has settled on Raw. Days, Liv fans must be from Phoenix. if you know, you know. Oh, James, shot fired. We know what Phoenix is #1 for in the US. I don't know that she's into drugs of that level. But we know that cannabis is a gateway drug, right? This is what school taught me. So if you're into cannabis, fast forward like 2 months and you'll be on heroin. Like, that's how it works. So I think hopefully we've got to her early. Hopefully she was just experimenting and trying out like cannabis for the first time. Because honestly, if she didn't get pulled over by the police, she would probably be a crackhead by now. So, you're welcome, Liv. I feel like we've saved Liv from herself. It was cool to cheer Liv on because her heart is clearly in this, said Trini. But when her fans start pushing her as the best thing ever, that's where I'm like, no. LS Dub said, I don't like this Andrade theme. Why does it sound like metal? It doesn't fit him. I would have taken inspiration from his NXT theme. Kappa said, time off did Liv no favors, but before her long time away, Liv was getting decent to good in-ring. David said, I'm not into cannabis. I don't drink urine. Thank you for that update, David. Richard said, wait, Days, Liv is the one to hijack JD McDonough's segment. I understand. The unseen footage must be Liv Morgan attacking JD McDonough by throwing his microphone, then Liv frustrated herself. I honestly hate whoever is doing WWE themes, said Mitchell. Crazy, we're just everyone who smokes weed crackheads. Shake my head says brand him. I don't think everyone that smokes weeds are crackheads. We're just saying that school taught me it is a gateway drug. Defcon said, I live in Florida. It's totally okay to smoke you the toki, the wacky backy. Well, I don't know what the rules are, to be honest, but you're not allowed to. I don't think you can in Florida. In Florida, I don't think. I think we looked at it and like there was a map that had like red states and orange states and yellow states and all that kind of stuff. Like, I think Florida is like a no-go zone, is it not? I don't think you're allowed any in Florida. But you are allowed it in other states. It is a bit strange like that. Right, we are back from commercial break. Steven said beer is worse than Coke. Cody Rhodes is going to be live at WWE World. It's a Fanatics event. Scottish Nightmare says you shouldn't do drugs. I agree. Do you think Dustin will be at Mania 40 to help out his bro Cody? If I was Tony, I would let him go out of respect for his family. I don't know. I mean, he's under contracts. I don't know that Tony is going to want to help out WWE. He might want to do it for the Rhodes. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. Because of that. I've tried to identify potential challenges. There are 6 men. Sami Zayn. Chad, JD, Gauntlet. So Gauntlet match next week. Sammy, Ricochet, Bronson, JD, Chad, and Shinsuke. That will decide who is going to face Gunther at WrestleMania. I think that's the right call. I think that is the right call. Where did the poll go? Oh, that's it. Got it. So we're still waiting for this Andrade match. Devcon said, Devil's Lettuce is the only way to get through AEW. Right, we've got Andrade in the ring. Apollo? Oh my God! Apollo? Who's this guy? Apollo! And his opponent. Do you remember him? I think he was around in like the Attitude. I can't remember. It's been ages. Tough test tonight, says Michael Cole. Oh yeah, real tough. This dude can't get on TV. Apollo! I wonder who's winning this one. So, Andrade against Apollo. I hope Chad Gable wins, said Johnny. Apollo a jobber now. Yes. Dude can't even get on TV. Zion Quinn and Apollo in the same week, said Kim. Apollo is back. Okay, we are underway with Apollo and Andrade. Andrade puts his hand out, shakes hands with Apollo. Apollo Crews isn't tremendous shape. Apollo over against the ropes. He does look great. He does look great. It's been a long time since we've seen him. Okay, back against the ropes goes Apollo. Over the other side, shoulder tackle, and Andrade stands his ground. Andrade going over. He tries to shoulder tackle Apollo. Apollo continues to stand. Oh, man, lovely. Apollo went against the ropes. Big boot there by Andrade. Drop kick by Apollo. Do you remember the awful Nigerian accent? Oh, my God. Awful. Buried him, man. Buried him. Chop coming in there by Apollo. It's absolutely fine to say that you want to embrace your Nigerian heritage, but to start talking with a Nigerian accent that you never had is just so cringe. It was just awful. But, you know, that was the old regime, you know, that was Vince. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know what how you use Apollo. I don't know what you do with Apollo. He's actually been in WWE quite a while now. We've never figured out how to use him, but he's actually just, time has just gone by. It's just passed us all by. He's still there. Apollo is up top with Andrade. Looking for a big superplex, and he gets it. And reversal there by Andrade, who's looking for three amigos. There we go. Looking for the thirds. Oh. And boom, lovely. 1, 2. Apollo kicks out. Why did we just see Damian Priest putting his clothes on, said Mitchell. Just an update. Just giving you an update of what's happening backstage. Almost as awful as Triple H pretending he was from Great Britain, said Oblong Box. That was also the former regime. Macarai said, if it's Gable or Sammy who wins, they should beat Gunther at Mania. What do you think? Not Sammy. I'm not interested in Sammy being IC champion. For me, that's just a way of pushing him to the side again. For me, Sammy is... He was so hot coming out of the bloodline. Because of Cody, we pushed him to the side and made him tag champ. Now we're going to push him to the side again. I feel sorry for Sammy, man. I hope we're building him up for something bigger than the IC title. So not Sammy for me. Chad could win it. If it's going to be Gunther Chad at WrestleMania, then yeah, that could be where it ends. 2, 3, and it's a pin and a win for Andrade. So let's go to match scores. Andrade picking up the victory. I feel that gauntlet match is a bad idea, said SQRL13. Someone has to start first and someone gets to come out last. No matter what, 5 guys, you'll look weak and silly after a gauntlet match. Yeah, I mean, if you start first, you're at a massive, massive disadvantage. If you start last, you've got a massive advantage. I suppose the same is true of the Royal Rumble as well, but the difference with the Rumble is that if you come out first, you can still be there when number 30 comes out. With a gauntlet match, if you start at number 1, to be there at the end, you will have had to have beaten everybody else. It's really difficult. But we've seen gauntlet matches make some big stars because, you know, if you can dig deep and get through a gauntlet match, like, you really endear yourself to the crowd, you know? So a gauntlet match, I agree, it's got its downfalls, but it's a great opportunity to really connect with the audience. We saw Kofi do that. I mean, Kofi Mania was born out of a gauntlet match. Here's Sammy. A path to WrestleMania has revealed itself. I've spoke about wanting to be a champion. I've spoke about doing something historic. For me, this is it. There's no other path. Which is probably true, isn't it? Both the world title matches are filled up. Oh, here's Valhalla. It's time to put an end to your delusions. Ivar is stepping up to Sammy. I know. I know that you can't beat Gunther. I know I can beat you. Okay, so Ivar said you can forget about WrestleMania. You won't even make it to next week. So Ivar stepping up to Sammy. Sammy is obviously making his intentions very clear. He intends to win that gauntlet match. He feels this is the path to WrestleMania for him. Is it? Is it? Right, here is Damian and Finn. How long we got? We got an hour and 20 minutes still to go. I like Ivar, but it sounded very amateur, said Wisp. Battle of the Beards. Battle of the Beards. Right, here's Damian and Finn making their way down to the ring. Rivi, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Hope everyone's enjoying the show so far. We can do halftime scores. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, we will do halftime scores. And I don't think we're going to be too far away from those. So let's end this poll because I think halftime scores is probably coming up. They should have done a ladder match. Well, the problem with the ladder match, as we said earlier, is that it puts the champion at a major disadvantage, and so you need to find a way of building to that. And there's not really any reason to put Gunther in that position. A ladder match, in a way, is a punishment for a champion because you're at such a disadvantage. So, I don't know. Look, if Gunther gets involved during this gauntlet match, we could see something similar to last year where Adam Pearce is like, well, if you're not going to let me choose a contender for you, well, then you can face all of them. So, there is maybe a way of getting to it that way. But I agree with it at the moment. You know, Adam Pearce's job is to find champions and number one contenders. If he just booked a big ladder match, the Gunther would be at a major disadvantage. Roadblock tomorrow. NXT Roadblock should be a lot of fun. That is a special episode of NXT. So definitely going to be doing that. So if you're around, join us for that. Right, here we go. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. There we go. Right, so we've got the scores coming in. So Wild with a 7. Mitchell said 6-5. Chastity said 7. Nathan says 8. Wisp said 7.5. Ray said 7.5. George says 7. EST with a 7. Where is Dexter Loomis? Don't know. Been waiting for him for a while. Denise says 8. Brian said 7. King Yeti said 6.5. Jojo said 5.5. DMAC with a 6. Norma with a 6. Trini with a 6.5. Virus with a 7.5. Stone with a 7. Harvey with a 3.5. Let him in with a 7. DMAC with a 6. Andy with a 7. Draco with a 6.5. I am your father with a 6.9. Arborus with a 6.5. SmackDown clears both weeks combined. EST with a 7. Andrew with a 7. Alka Meltzer with a 4. Brony with a 6.75. William with a 5.75. Jawsome with a 6.89. Stephen with a 7. Greg with an 8. Al with a 4.2. Piped in Cody sounds. SQRL with a 6, Expose him with a 7, Brony with a 6.75, Missy with a 6, David with a 7.1, Billy with a 7.5, Marty with a 4, Brony with a 6.75, Trey with a 6, Danny with a 6.5, Trini with a message retracted, Alan with a 7, Highwell with a 6.5, George with a 7, Rivi 6.37, little JB with a 7. Kappa said slow 6. Jim said 7.5. Zoom Station says 7. Gerald said 3. Marty says 4. Steven said 6.5. Chris said 6.9. Trini with 2 laughing face emojis. Zoom Station said 7 Vince toys. That message was deleted by Trini. I think she got a bit nervous. Danny with a 7. Chris with a 6.9. Mitchell said, what's your score? William Hensey said, message retracted. Leapin Lucha Larry with a tooth emoji. Rivi said 6.37 diarrheas. Larry said 6 because 789. Trini with a laughing emoji, 2 crying emojis. William with a ha 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 ha. Cleveland Brown said 3 out of 7. Dave Meltzer stars. 1 Minute Wrestler says 8 out of 10. We got Candice, we got Indy. We'll get our shot, we'll get better. There might not be a next time, says Candice. Tegan and Natalia. I'm not mad at you. It's time for us to regroup. You tried to throw me out, and Natalia's like, Tegan, sweetie, I don't think it happened like that. We need to forget our manners. Do whatever it takes. Maxine. Burn! Burn! You suck! You suck! You suck! You suck! She should come out to that. You suck! Dun, 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 dun. She could have Kurt Angle's theme. So Maxine is here with Ivy. She says, "I'm so sorry." Boo! Everyone's booing. Lol. Change the words to her top to Bosch. His Imperium. Candice heel turn. I think we are getting a Candice heel turn, yeah. I think we are getting a Candice heel turn. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "Let's go Tegan." Right, Imperium. Luna for the Hall of Fame. Maxine, the female version of Kurt Angle. Right. Imperium against Judgment Day. Imperium against Judgment Day. Okay. Candice was a face, said Cleveland Brown. Yeah, she was, yeah. She was, I think they did have them as faces, because they were with, like, Johnny and everything when they came up. But, yeah, they were better when they were heels, I thought, when they were the Way. They talk a lot about trying to reform the Way. We want mommy chants, I believe the crowd are chanting there. We want mommy. We want mommy. Right now, Finn Balor is in the corner as Ludwig is in control. Upcut there by Giovanni. Damian Priest having a higher rating than AJ Styles is laughable, said Mitchell. Okay, we've got Damian going over, grabbing Vinci. Vinci lands on his feet. Damian going against the ropes. Tag being made. Ludwig comes in. Over in the corner. If Finn just had some mic skills, he could be that guy, said Kappa. Another heel versus heel match. Who is booking this show, said Zoom Station. Dave, you missed the graphics. Someone passed. Oh, no, I knew about him passing. He passed the other day. James said, on SmackDown, Rock tearing into Seth and Cody and Pharaoh. We need Brandy to come out and tell The Rock, who told you it was open mic night? That's true. That was such a great line. She delivered that to Jade Cargill, didn't she, in AEW? Oh, beautiful. Lovely work there by Finn Balor. Going for the cover. And Judgment Day in control. Crowd is quieter than an Amish funeral. Yeah, I don't disagree. Heel team against heel team. What? Gunther against Dominic earlier was sort of the same. The only thing is that people really hate Dominic, so it kind of made Gunther a bit face. I mean, Gunther's kind of cool. So, but this one, I mean, I agree. This is strange. Alan says heel versus heel should happen more. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's no one to really root for. There's no heat to it. I don't really care who wins. Kick coming in there by Giovanni. It's why I'm giving this show about a 5. It feels dead. Tokyo Dome people make more noise than this, said Defcon Prime. Okay, Vinci on the outside as we're about to go to commercial break. Imperium are in control. I think this has been a really strange show, to be honest, because we started hot with the Cody Seth segment. I really enjoyed that. I think Nia and Becky had some moments during it. There's been some interesting little backstage bits. I definitely feel like this was a show that was worth watching because you definitely get some stuff from it, but I don't know, like I'm sitting here, there's still an hour to go. It's a show that's not, I can't say this show is flying by. So, yeah, it is a bit of a weird one, this one. It's a bit of a weird one. A lot of them halftime scores were like 5s and 6s, weren't they? It definitely sensed the community isn't really feeling this episode. I think it's really difficult because you've got this really juicy storyline that we all care about, which is the main event storyline. And that is unfolding nicely. But what other stories have we got that we really care about? What else is going on that we're really interested in? Probably the IC title, but we've found the answer out to that. There's going to be a gauntlet match, and it's not happening this week. So we know what's happening there. I don't know. I think people are really into R-Truth, so I feel like we should be doing some more with R-Truth. I'm guessing we'll still see him. I think it's just probably difficult, isn't it? I mean, 3 hours. You do feel it quite often that, like, you do want to just cut an hour off. Whatever they've got planned for hour 3, imagine if they had pushed that into these 2 hours. The 2 hours that we've had... Imagine if we took out some of the waffle and we just put in some of the good stuff from it. This would be a good show. This would be a good show. But because it's 3 hours, like, do you know what I mean? It's like you do have a bit of waffle in there, don't you? So, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure there'll be some good stuff still coming up on the show, but yeah, they probably could do with some more compelling storylines. Jawson said, I saw a tweet that Rowan said he wanted to face Gunther. Do you think he could return soon? I'm not expecting it. I think there's been plenty of opportunity to bring him back. I mean, don't forget, he could have come back when Bray was back. I mean, we didn't even look to bring him back then, so I don't know. I can't say that that's one that I'm expecting. You know, people will put these kind of messages out there so that they're being spoke about, part of the conversation. It's nothing to just put a little tweet out like that. So I wish him all the best. I really, really do. But I can't say I'm expecting him to be returning. Not a coincidence that the show Paul Heyman is on has more storyline focus. The dude's a genius, said Gregory. James said, for Mania season, this isn't great. David said, will WWE start selling Dwayne? Depends. And Dwayne diapers? I don't know if there will be Diarrhea Dwayne merch. I mean, knowing WWE, if this was Vince, you would have shirts now. He loved that kind of humor, right? Diarrhea, he would be, honestly... It wouldn't surprise me if Vince had sent... well, it would, but that's the kind of line that, like, Vince would come up with. You know? If Vince had sent Seth a text saying, listen, use this. Gold. I'm telling you now, gold. Diarrhea Dwayne, use it. You can thank me later. Because it feels very much like a Vince line, doesn't it? So, if this was the Vince era, you'd have shirts now. But I don't know. I don't know that we'll get Diarrhea Dwayne merch. It didn't feel like it was fully caught. I mean, like, there was a diarrhea chant. It was not the most vocal chant I've ever heard. It wasn't the most passionate chant I'd ever heard. But, you know, there was a chant. There was some noise being made. Crocomania, the greatest thing to happen to crockpots. Do you want WWE to stop the brand split or stick with it, said Cleveland. I would stick with it. I think it gives people room to breathe. Part of the problem is that the problem WWE have got isn't the brand split. the problem they've got is the writing isn't creative enough. Like, they should be coming up with some more storylines, like really compelling storylines that have got, like, you invested in, that you care about, that you want to see the next development in. I mean, right now, what storylines are there that you really want to see the next step? You know, maybe Becky Liv doing some decent stuff, right? I know that, judging by the comments, there's maybe not loads of Liv fans here, but I think that that's a story that's quite interesting. So, you know, I'm interested to see what's next in that. Candice, Indy, okay. Kind of teasing a bit of a heel turn there, might be okay. But there's not really much, is there, that you, like, really care about? So I sort of think that that's not really the brand split's fault. If you end the brand split, you run the risk of overexposing the good stuff, and then people that can't get onto TV are going to struggle even more. Really, what you're doing is, I think, if you end the brand split, what you're actually doing is you're papering over the cracks. That's what you're doing. Rather than fixing the actual problem, which is deeper, more compelling storylines, you know, that really do use a lot of different characters and really flesh out the shows. If you end the brand split, you're just putting a plaster over the issue. And that is, you're going to rely on Roman more, Rock more. You're going to rely on your top stars more, you know? When the real answer is work harder, like, be more creative, come up with some really good, compelling storylines that people are actually going to care about. Hard to do for 3 hours. You've got to say that, you know, not an easy task at all. I mean, what TV shows are out there that are writing compelling stories for, you know, loads of different characters for 3 hours of television a week, every week? What TV show is doing that? Like, it's a big, tough ask. It is very, very difficult. But I would say that there's definitely room for improvement. I would say that. So, a lovely Falcon Arrow there by Damian Priest. Who do you think Priest will cash in on? Will it be at Mania? It could be at Mania. Could be after Mania. Who will he cash in on? Whoever the champion is. It really depends who the champ's going to be. We obviously don't know. I mean, Seth could lose it at any time. Drew could win it, or Drew could fall short. So it makes it very hard to know. There's not really a very clear and obvious path. Roll up by Finn. And kick out there by Ludwig. Fast-paced action in this one. Sling blade there by Finn Balor. Finn Balor with a sling blade. Balor back in the corner. He's going to look to charge over. He's looking around. Vinci has grabbed the leg. Up on the shoulders. Oh, lovely. Death Valley Driver by Ludwig. Giovanni is in there now. Right now, Ludwig. Bocce. Nice. Inside cradle. Small package. Reversed. Oh. Clothesline. Giovanni nails Damian. Balor with another sling blade. Balor back in the corner. Pointing over at Giovanni. Drop kick. Giovanni goes into the corner. He goes down. Balor's going to look for the coup de grace. Finn Balor going up top. Perched. Connects with the coup de grace. Judgment Day. 1, 2. Oh, Ludwig makes the save. Ludwig makes the save. No, this is all right, you know. It's not bad. There's some all right stuff here. Some all right stuff going on at the moment as Damian grabs the hair of Ludwig. Ludwig to the outsides. Damian is tagged. Damian gets into the ring. It's time to fly, Prince. Balor against the ropes. Over the top. He comes down onto Ludwig. Roll up by Giovanni. Kick out by Damian. Giovanni against the ropes. Big clothesline. Strap's coming down. Choke slam. Picks him up. Boom! That was huge from Damian Priest. And that'll do it. It's a win for Judgment Day. So Judgment Day have secured the victory. Let's get match scores for this one. What did you think of that match? Was it all time? Did you think it was great? Did you think it was good, okay? Or did you think it was bad? What did you think about that one? Gunther was facing the match earlier against Dom. Imperium are heels in this one, said young Heath Ledger. Real said, some of the stories start to feel the same and boring. The main thing I care about is fresh matches every week. Judgment Day win, says let him in. Just looking at replays. Best match so far, said young Heath Ledger. Hasib said, I want Balor to leave Judgment Day. Mitchell said, it's weird they present Imperium as heels and Gunther as face and JD as face, but Dom as heel. Hasib said, do you think it would have been better in the last 3-4 years if Roman was on Raw instead of SmackDown? Probably. Probably because I think you could have had a bit more room to breathe with the Bloodline storyline. Not that it really needed it, but it would be there if you needed it. And, you know, it's been such a big storyline that actually giving them a little bit more time on the 3-hour show might not have been a bad thing. Rather than trying to squeeze it all into the 2-hour show. But that's why SmackDown's felt so good, because the Bloodline segment has been so strong. The Bloodline story has been so, you know, compelling. You know, quite most weeks it'll take up a quarter of SmackDown at least, if not more. So SmackDown has been running on Bloodline fumes, hasn't it? Oh, here's the first inductee. So that's, I think, why SmackDown has been feeling so good. Whereas Raw has had CM Punk, it's had Seth, it's had Cody, it's had segments. But maybe he hasn't quite benefited from that story weaved all throughout it, you know? Wise Man Special Counsel, the founder of ECW, Paul Heyman, going into the 2024 Hall of Fame. It's a great graphic. The birthplace of ECW, Philadelphia. Okay, well, that was it. It was just mentioned, but now we go backstage to Jackie and Drew McIntyre. Words of wisdom. Here's Drew. Drew's fun. Right, we're into the final hour. Seth is a junkie? A spotlight junkie? Seth is a spotlight junkie? As long as you show up to WrestleMania, I'm going to put you down. All I wanted was an apology, Jay. I know how much you need this victory. But there's no chance in hell you'll defeat Drew tonight. Well, there we go. Right, next match. God, I feel like there's been a fair few matches tonight. Sami Zayn is making his way down to the ring. I believe he will be taking on Ivar. And obviously, we've still got Jey and Drew coming up. Here's Sami. Okay, let's end this poll. We don't have long. It's just on to the next one all the time. Sami Zayn taking on Ivar. Right. Drew's been cutting great promos lately, said Rivy. Kudos to Drew. I wonder who does Paul's induction, said Triton Cascades. We spoke about that earlier. We had chucked a few names around. It could be an ECW original. It could be CM Punk. It could be Triple H. I like Nick Khan doing it. As I said earlier, I think for someone in Paul's position, it would make sense for the top guy in WWE to be the one to put him in. Just like it would have made sense for Vince to have been the one. But obviously we can't do Vince. We won't do Vince. I love this advert. This 2K24 advert's amazing. Could you imagine if you could do a wrestling match from this perspective, where you are in the ring? Relive 40 years of WrestleMania. New career mode. Available worldwide on Friday. Available worldwide on Friday and is available, I think it says tomorrow. So I think that's probably like the deluxe version that you get early. James said, Triple H saw people whining about a lack of matches on SmackDown and went, fine, here you go. I know, yeah, it's a lot in it. I feel like all I'm doing for this is writing. It does feel like a lot of matches. Although that last one is one that people seem to enjoy. It still came out as good, but I think that it's the highest rated match we've had so far. Days, is there a conspiracy against reading my comments? Do you work for MI6? There's no conspiracy. I just don't want to do it. Just because I know that it's going to be X-rated or it's going to be something that I instantly regret. Simple as that, William. You know that I love you. But you also know that you are the biggest perv that we have in this community. And there's a very good chance that whatever I read from your comment will make not only me, but everyone in this community feel very uncomfortable. And I'm trying to protect people, to be honest. Desperately trying to protect people. This should be a safe space. And it's very hard to have a safe space if William Hensey is involved. There is no such thing as a William Hensey safe space. Mitchell said, Days, you can in Wrestling Empire McDickie's game. What's that? What the hell's Wrestling Empire McDickie's game? I don't want to know. I don't want to know about the sex games that you play, Mitchell. You're quickly turning into the modern day William Hensey. Hasib said, Days, I don't know if Tamatonga is actually an Anoa'i. If he's not, would you still be down for seeing him debut and help the bloodline? So that's an interesting point. Apparently he's not, but his family are regarded as family. So if you come from, I think they say the islands, then you are regarded as a family member. So apparently, like, they call Haku like Uncle Haku and all that kind of stuff, but he's not blood. So would I be down for him joining the bloodline story? Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it. I don't really need it this side of WrestleMania. But when we get the Roman split and whatever's going to come out of that, I wouldn't mind it. Yeah, I'd be fine with it. But I'm probably more excited about putting him with Gallows and Anderson. Probably more excited at, putting him with Gallows and Anderson and, like, doing a bit of a Bullet Club sort of vibe, you know? That excites me a lot more. Wrestling Empire is honestly the best game, said Mitchell. Listen, I've said whatever it is that you're playing, your McDickies, whatever, I don't know. Hide the sausage, whatever the game is. Wrestling Empire, whatever you want to call it. That's between you and your partner, mate. I've got a question. What booker would help Tony Khan, said Simple9999. Any booker. Any is the answer. Any of them. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know who he could go and get. I mean, I know some people would say, oh, he needs to go and get Jim Cornette. He has got like Bryan Danielson helping him. And apparently he's had like Jericho helping him, QT Marshall's helped him. There's been a few that I think have chipped in with ideas, but bottom line is no one's particularly like listening. I don't know, booking wise, did what's his name? Scott, the Impact guy, did he do booking? Or was he just like the president? Really, you want someone that's kind of done the job and run their own promotion. Even wrestlers, great wrestlers like Bryan Danielson, you know, they might not have the experience. Oh, Rhea going up to EO. EO laughs and walks away. Rhea tells EO to stay out of her territory. Oh man. Now that would be the match, wouldn't it? Ria Ripley against EO. Champion versus champion. That'd be sick. That'd be good. Scott D'Amore. Yeah, that's Scott D'Amore. Was he a booker? Or was he just the president? Was he just the face? Scott D'Amore, bring him in, said James. Oh, well, James likes it. The problem is Tony isn't trying to make money, said David. Seen some people showing on screen. There's Sammy. Sammy's all kinds of fired up. Ivar gets an entrance, though. Valhalla is here. Valhalla has got the antlers. Ivar may destroy Sami Zayn tonight. He's really trying to get that over, isn't he? But it ain't working with me. I don't give a flip if she's got the antlers. Couldn't care less. They better start pushing the Awesome Truth and JD rivalry. We only have 3 weeks till WrestleMania, said Jawsome. Here's a question no one brings up. Who's booking Ring of Honor? Is that Tony? I believe it was, and I believe, did he drop it? I believe he was booking it at the start. Valhalla's? Where's she going? Valhalla's gone over to the commentary table. She gets onto the commentary table. She going to put him on Michael Cole? Michael Cole's got the antlers! Do you want the flipping antlers? Here's the antlers. There's a Michael chant. Michael, Michael. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So the crowd are chanting for Michael. The wrestlers in the ring had to stop momentarily. I think they were confused by what was going on. We've managed to get Michael Cole over. Wow. Who is in the gauntlet match? So it is Ricochet. I wrote it down. I knew I'd be asked. I knew it. It's Sammy, Ricochet, Bronson, JD McDonough, Chad, and Shinsuke. We're cutting back to Michael Cole. Oh, God, could you imagine if at WrestleMania is in full-blown Tatanka outfit? Let's go. Whenever I hear the Viking horn, I'm just 10 times less excited for the match, said Ramble. Yeah, I do understand. Hasib said, I know you love Gunther. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, Hasib. Oh, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, I do. You're right. AEW, bless his wee heart. Oh. I thought you said AEW, but you said, bless his heart. Right, Ivar going against the ropes. Now watch out for Cody's kid in 20 years. Over the top rope. Here we go. Against the rope goes Sammy over the top. Comes down on Ivar. Is he still wearing them? Yeah, he is, yeah. Sammy comes crashing down on Ivar. Valhalla is on the outside. Sammy getting into the ring as Ivar charges over. Sammy grabbing Ivar. Back elbow there. Back elbow coming in by Sammy. Sammy on that middle rope looking for a big DDT. Trying for it. Can't quite get it. To the outside. Dumped by Ivar. And Valhalla instructing Ivar to come crashing down on Sammy. Valhalla comes running over. Screaming at the camera. There we go. Cole with Sting mention. Taz and Just JR mention. Truly is the new era of WWE, said James. For Beach Kevin said, Ivar seems like a great worker who I really think could beat almost anyone, but I can't stand the whole Viking gimmick. Michael Cole to replace Rudolph. Oh man, do you know what? Even though this show has maybe not been mind-blowing, I feel like there's a lot of talking points, and there's going to be a lot of really interesting reaction. I can't wait to see some of the stuff at Unseen. I would imagine there's a lot of people that are going to have fun with the Antlers stuff, you know. I used to simp for Valhalla, said Jim, when she was Scary Mary Dobson. Are you excited about the Netflix deal, said Big Time. I am, yes. I am excited about it. Should be good. I am a bit worried about no commercials, just because we use those a lot. Like, you know, when something happens and we want to talk about it, we use commercial break. Like, I'm at a commercial break now. I can pay attention to the chat. If the show's just going to keep going, when are we going to get the chance to kind of go, well, I think you really need those moments. I think they're important. When you see a big segment and you want to digest it, I think it's really important that you go to a commercial break. I know people hate commercial breaks, but I think they do serve a purpose. You get a big segment and you just want to like have a second to go, what does that mean? Okay, so he said this and he did that and that was that and blah, blah, blah. Maybe you want to check social media, or do you know what I mean? Like, you want to just let it sink in a little bit. If you just go straight to the next thing, I'm a bit worried we might get burnt out. A bit worried, like 3 hours of just non-stop to the next thing, like, oof. So, I don't know, a little worried about that, but not a massive problem. Other than that, yeah, should be good. Danny, shout out to you, bud. Thanks for being the breast. Thanks for being the breast. Danny, I will always be your breast. You can count on me. Thanks for being the best and creating a great community. I'm glad you enjoy it. And thanks to all in... Oh my God, Danny has come in as the biggest face. Look at this from Danny. Danny has come in as a red hot baby face. Thank him for the community. Thanking everyone in the community. Mitchell says, see you, Danny. Danny saying good night to all. breast, said James. Yeah, I'm Danny's breast. Danny seems like a good guy. I think we're all Danny's breasts. Danny, have a good night, buds. Right, we are back to the action. Timothy said, why did Cole ditch JR if he was in awe? Well, I don't know that it was his decision, was it? Oh, I've just cut my finger. But it's a horrible cut that's under the skin. Ugh. Right, oh. Sammy covering Ivar. I know this doesn't have anything to do with WWE, but what's your opinion on Arsenal dominating the league in the last month? Well, they're not. I mean, I think they're top, but they're not top by loads, are they? Listen, they got a good chance of winning the league. I don't know when the last time was that they won the league. If I could pick a team to win the league, it would be Arsenal. They are enemies of Man United, but they're not bigger enemies than Liverpool or Man City. So if I could select someone to win the league, it would be the Gunners. So I'm right there with the Gunners. I'll be rooting for them. When was the last time they won? I don't know. Timothy said, sorry, that was supposed to say AEW. Why did Cole ditch JR if he is in AEW? Well, I don't know what you mean. Do you mean, why did he mention him? Count coming in, kick out. Well, I didn't catch the reference, so I can't comment. I don't know what he was referring to. But JR's like one of the greatest commentators ever. I mean, maybe the greatest. So I don't know. I don't think it's a problem. I think WWE have shown a couple of times, you know, apparently there was a mention of Sting earlier as well. I think there's been a couple of times where they've shown that they'll mention, you know. The other thing as well is that you can get just a bit of buzz online. If you mention JR or someone in AEW, you can actually get a little bit of, like, you know, a little bit of a reaction online for very little work. I'm sure people popped at the Sting mention and people popped at the JR mention, and do you know what I mean? Like, you can just continuously create a little bit of buzz. So I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. But under Vince, you certainly wouldn't have been able to have done it. Right, Sammy going for the pin. We got 35 minutes to go. When it comes to a match, they do the spot where the heels beat down the babyface on the outside. Stay tuned. We come back. The crowd is clapping. We set up the comeback and adrenaline rushes. James said it was 03-04. Oh, okay, well, I can definitely cope with Arsenal winning the league then. You know, that's been a long time, innit? Like 20-odd years since they won the league. Plus also, there's Saka, Ben White, Declan Rice. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a few English guys. I don't know if they play Ramsdale in goal, but Ramsdale, White, Saka, Smith Rowe. They have played Nketiah a little bit. Declan Rice. There's a bit of few English players in there as well. Ivar is going up top. Sami Zayn is down. Valhalla is telling Ivar to finish the job. Ivar climbing up. He's getting ready to hit this moonsault. Sami moves out the way. Crowd are with Sami here, you know. Sami back in the corner. Looking to deliver. Haluva connects. Haluva connects. 1, 2, 3. Sami wins. Sami wins. Here is your winner. So Sami Zayn picking up the victory. All time great, good and bad. Oh, Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed collides into Sami. So Bronson Reed attacks. I wonder if this is going to be Sami's opponent at WrestleMania. It might just be to set up the gauntlet match, but this could be the start of a bit of a feud. So, Michael Cole is just saying good luck to everyone that's going to be in the gauntlet match. I'm cold. It's gone cold. Sammy is like a poor man's Bryan Danielson, said Zoom Station. Young Heath Ledger said, I didn't like the finish, but it was a decent match. Cleveland Brown said, Rio Ferdinand said, Arteta will leave Arsenal for Man United if they get the chance. Ooh, would he leave Arsenal for Man United? Man United are a bigger club. They've got a bigger following. They've got more money behind them, and there's quite an interesting project going on there with the takeover. Would he leave? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he's building something at Arsenal, and he's being supported, isn't he? It's hard though, isn't it? I mean, if Man United come calling, that is a difficult offer to turn down. I got to think it's more money. It's a bigger job. That is tricky. That is tricky. No, I think he might stay at Arsenal, you know. They are backing him, and he is getting somewhere as well. Why throw it away? You might be about to win the league with Arsenal. It's not like being the manager of Brighton, is it? And then going to a bigger club. Like, don't think then. I think he'd stay. Here's Gunther. Here's Chads. Chads. I'm so sick of that condescending smile. I can't get past what you did to me. You insulted me as a man and as a father. Chad's talking about his path to redemption. I want to take that smile from you and put it on my daughter's face. Means more. This match, it just means more. Gunther laughs, shakes his head, walks away. Right, we're backstage with Jey. Yeet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. I'm sorry you're about to get this work tonight. Jey, don't play. Ah, the glasses have got yeet written on them. Looks good as well. Oh, it looks good with that on there. Right? Yeet. Gunther is about to lose his smile. Oh, God. Very good. Very good. He is. He's about to lose his smile. It had to happen eventually. Right. Let's get these scores down. Lovely. Lovely. Arsenal have got 31 goals in their last 7 Premier League matches. Well, good for them. Big Time said, thoughts on Darby Allin, life expectancy, wheelchair at 45. Well, he's a daredevil, isn't he? I mean, he's probably no different to people that are like stuntmen in movies. Daredevils and whatever. I mean, there's obviously always the risk of something going wrong. I don't know. It's a weird one. I mean, I was really torn on the glass segment from that Sting match because, as I said in my Unseen video, I sort of feel like you've got to go big for Sting's last match. If you want that match to be remembered and you want it to be just the biggest spectacle, so I can understand Darby going, Darby getting overexcited. just going like, oh my God, I'm going to do something so amazing. And, you know, hurling himself off the top, going crashing through like real glass, cutting himself to absolute ribbons. I mean, the images were everywhere. So I sort of looking at him like, I can understand his mentality. But then the flip side is it right to do that in Sting's last match when really the focus should be on Sting? You know, shouldn't you be working hard to make Sting the focus rather than... He's not trying... not for a second do I think that he was trying to take the focus off Sting. Not for 1 second, right? I think he was just trying to give Sting the biggest moment and the biggest match, and just like, you know, people are going to talk about this match. I promise you, we will make sure of it. I will find a way that they will. I can totally see where he's coming from, but like, it's Sting's last match, so I feel like set some up for Sting and like have everyone talking about Sting, you know. So I don't know, I was a bit conflicted on it. It was a hell of a moment. And there was plenty of people ripping into him for it, saying he shouldn't have done it. And then there was plenty of people saying it was awesome. So it's one of those where I think everyone's going to have a slightly different opinion as to whether it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. But it happened. It was done. And Sting was happy with it. Everyone was happy with it. Apparently, Sting told the Young Bucks that he regarded it as one of the top 3 matches of his career, what went down last night. I will be interested, and I know people will disagree, but I will be interested to see what Dave Meltzer rates it. Because if Sting thinks it's one of the top 3 of his career, what's Meltzer going to score it? Does Meltzer agree? Did Meltzer feel that it was like a 4, 4.5, 5-star match? That'd be quite interesting. I've said before, I would never compare AEW ratings to WWE ratings. You'd drive yourself insane. You will absolutely drive yourself insane. Because you'll be like, why has he scored that 5, but this doesn't get, like, don't even bother. You'll drive yourself mental. But I do think Meltzer's star ratings do have a purpose. I don't mind comparing WWE to WWE. I don't mind doing that. I think that can be interesting. You know, the ratings that he's given WWE matches and comparing them to other WWE matches. That can be interesting. But trying to compare WWE to AEW, don't even do it to yourself. There's no benefit. Right, we're backstage and they're playing the video game. They are playing 2K24. I'm telling you, that's 2K24. We got it a few days early, said Xavier. He's talking. They're playing with themselves. We need to hit them where it hurts, says The Miz. Regeneration X. Xavier said he wants to hate this, but he loves it. So we've got Regeneration X backstage. 2K24 available tomorrow. Right. Timothy said he was making fun of his hat during the match. He was making fun of his hat during the match. Well, he was making fun of JR's hat during his match. Don't know. I'd have to hear it. I'd have to hear it. I was there live. It was intense. I literally thought in the moment he was dead. Oh, what, Timothy? You went to AEW show? Well, I hope you had a great time, but it was quite the event on social media and on TV and everything. You know, it came across really, really well. Seems like everyone seemed to really enjoy it. I really didn't see much negativity, but then I didn't go looking for negativity, to be honest. Right, how long we got left? 23 minutes. 23 minutes. Did you see the clips of Ospreay Takeshita? Yes. Phenomenal classic, but there was no selling. And kicking out at 1 was awful, said Big Time. Did I need a shirt? Regeneration X, said Rivy. Next week, Becky Lynch takes on Liv Morgan. Becky Lynch against Liv Morgan. Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark will take on the Kabuki Warriors. Guess that means they're winning tomorrow. Gauntlet match. Winner faces Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania. So we've got that next week. So next week's not looking bad. Not looking bad. Right, Jey Uso then coming out for our main event of the evening. Jey Uso taking on Drew McIntyre in a Raw that I've got to admit has felt quite long. Sometimes we sit here and Raws feel like quite short. This one has felt, maybe it's because there's been like so much stuff. I mean, I am looking like, oh man, can I do a quick, I do like to try and do now, or I'd like to do quick reviews. I think as soon as we end the stream, if I just go for 5 minutes, boom, here's like, you know, what happened, here's my thoughts, try and get it into like 5-10 minute video. I think there's some benefit to that. But I am looking at all these notes and all this stuff that's written down. I'm like, God, how am I gonna recap all this stuff? There's just a lot, isn't there? There's just a lot of stuff. But not stuff that necessarily has been mind-blowing at all. Nothing that's been like, oh my God, OMG, but just lots of stuff. I still feel like it was a show worth watching, just because of the amount of stuff that's gone down, you know? This show has dragged, said Mitchell. Cole actually said he now realizes how JR must have felt with the headset and wearing the hats. Right. Well, it seems like it's caught the attention of the community, the JR comments. Love the glasses. Yeah, the glasses with the yeet looks really good. Main event, Jey Uso finally in the main event. Yep. I have been to Memphis before. Tonight has been a bit of a snooze fest, said James. You could skip a few things, said Kato. Scottish Nightmare said you can buy those glasses. You can. I don't know that they say yeet on, but you are right. You can get them. The Fink is the greatest ring announcer, says AB. Main event, Jey Uso. Yeah, here is Drew, the 2024 Elimination Chamber winner. Don't forget, we will do opinions. So as soon as we're done with this, I'll try and record a quick review of the show. We will also do an unseen. That's going to take ages, to be honest. I feel like there's going to be so much stuff for unseen that we will do, but so that might be delayed. I will try and get to it as and when I can. I'll be as quick as I can, but obviously I want to make sure we're thorough. And so we'll definitely do that. And what else are we going to do? I feel like there was something else we were going to do. Oh, yeah, the feedback. So we will do opinions video as well. Oh, my God. So we'll do the opinions video where you can share your thoughts. So I'll put the post up on X as soon as the show's done as well. So your thoughts about Raw, but about anything really. If you want to talk about Liv, you can talk about Liv. If you want to talk about Cody and Seth, you know, you don't have to talk about Raw as a whole. You can just talk about a certain segment of Raw. If you want to just talk about the main event, or if you want to just talk about the Intercontinental or the tag belts, or what's going on with Judgment Day, or whatever it might be. I think sometimes people think that they have to talk about Raw, the whole thing, but you don't have to. You can just dial into one area if you want to. Right, Jay and Drew, let's change the graphic over. Jey versus Drew McIntyre. We got 18 minutes left to go. Timothy said, I've tagged you in a picture on X. X gonna give it to you. Thank you. Carl was saying it was ridiculous that she was wearing antlers, just like it's ridiculous when JR wore his hat in a match. Okay. I feel like I'm definitely done with the JR talk. So, there we go. I mean, all I've got is just people tagging me in, like, antlers stuff. And, like, Michael Cole wearing this headdress is... really caught people's attention by the looks of things. I'll go through it. I'll go through it after. Right. We've had 8 matches so far that's been used to kill time. It might feel like the show is going on forever. I do feel like some people are fatigued coming out of Revolution, says Big Time. Rivy said, there is a UFC event this weekend. I need to pick my topology picks. Will the Hall of Fame go extreme this year, says Gato? It could do. It really could do. I don't know that I would do that, to be honest, but it is in Philadelphia. It's just a shame in a way that WrestleMania 40 is in Philadelphia, because it makes sense to do ECW-themed class, but I don't know, I just sort of feel like it's a bit weird celebrating ECW for the 40th anniversary of WWE. You know? But it is in Philadelphia, so... Cynthia said, speaking of sometime in October this year, they are doing a Mick Foley meet and greet, said Cynthia. Can we just have one match that doesn't go outside to the first commercial break, says David. If you don't mind me asking, how is the search for your sister going, Maggie? Oh, hello, what's going on, Maggie? Are you searching for your sister? Missy said, Drew's promos have become my favourite lately. He is so good at this heel character. I never watched AEW Revolution, so it's not that for me, said Scottish Nightmare. Drew just yeeted. James said, I hope this goes by quickly. I'm ready for beds. Well, that's probably not a good sign, is it? That's probably not a good sign for the show and your enjoyment of the show. It doesn't matter. We've only got 16 minutes left to go. Perhaps starting with Cody and Seth was wrong. Perhaps they should have had that at the start of the second hour. And maybe then, like, because, you know, you start the show excited, so maybe you could have started with a banging match and then save the Cody Seth stuff. I mean, I feel like the show peaked with Cody Seth and then has just sort of been there, you know? It's just sort of been there. And as I said, it's had these little moments that's kind of kept me engaged. I've not sat here and felt bored. I've not sat here like, oh my God, you know? I think because of the Adam Pearce announcement, because of Indy and Candice, because of Chad confronting Gunther, there's just these little bits. They're not massive. They're just these little bits that have kind of kept things just ticking over. But yeah, it's undeniable. The biggest segment was the opening segment, and then it's kind of all been settled down after that. 7 Private 7 said, boring. David said, I just saw the new Ghostbusters movie trailer. Horrible. Oh my God, is it women again? Is it women? Oh my God. Better not be. They get everywhere, don't they? William said, Days always talks to whoever talks to me in the chat. He is so jelly of me because I get to enjoy you guys and he is stuck doing everything. Days just wants to chill with us, to be honest. Sure, you can think of that. Yeah, you can think that. That's fine. I've got no problem with you thinking that. Missy said, Drew sitting in the ring last week was my antler moment. I'm still recovering from that. Well, yeah, you almost saw a bit more of Drew, didn't you? But this kind of feels like a SmackDown show, said Crazy Cheech. So right now we've got Drew in there with Jay. Don't forget tomorrow, NXT Roadblock. Looking forward to that. That'll be good. That card genuinely looks good. So that should be a really fun show. I hope Chad doesn't get the title. I want Sammy for the win, said Chris Benoit's Ghost. Ghostbuster trailer looks good to me, said Scottish Nightmare. Zokiller said, comes out before my birthday in September. They've done so many things. They had a kids one, didn't they? Like, wasn't that Aftermath or something? Like, is it a follow-on from that one? Or is it something new again? Perhaps it's pets. Perhaps it's animals this time. We've done men, we've done women, we've done children. Perhaps now we're doing animals. Timothy said, I'm going to see the new Ghostbusters in XDX. What's that? What's XDX? In XDX? I don't know what that is. I'm excited. SmackDown is sold out. WrestleMania tour. Still some tickets available for that. I don't want Gable to win the gauntlet. I want Bronson Reed, said Sean. I'm not doing children nor animals, says Missy. Well, that's good to know. Right now, we got Jay looking for a sit-down powerbomb, and he gets it. Shoulder up. Gringo said Slimer is the best Ghostbusters character. Don't at me. I think you'll find it's actually Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Dude, that bit when he's walking through the buildings and you just see this giant... I remember that from a kid. Just being like, oh my god. That was amazing. That was amazing. It's probably aged horribly. I haven't seen it in so long. But that was such an amazing moment. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's the best. Why was he so angry? Do we know why he was so angry? Did we ever find that out? Didn't he somehow get brought to life? Wasn't he like a logo that got brought to life? Because wasn't it like someone had him... I think... Oh God, I'm having to try and remember. One of the characters had some marshmallows, and that was the logo on the marshmallows. And this device brought it to life. But why was he so angry? Why was the Marshmallow Man so angry? Did we ever... No, I've never thought about it. What's he so angry about? Oh, look, Michael Cole flipping down the monitors. Perhaps that's a new thing. Like, perhaps Michael Cole has to do it now. Who didn't do that the other day? Someone didn't put the monitors down. Was it in the Ria Nia match? Michael Cole quickly putting the monitors down. Vince ran up a 20k bill on Mandy's OnlyFans. Your wife has a nice pum-pum, said the Messiah. Let's go. Pum-pum. About to sniff coke and watch John Cena's OnlyFans, said Jake. Jake, have a good time, dude. Have a great time. Jake, I think, coming to us from Phoenix. Scottish Nightmare said the god Gozer took his form from Ray's thoughts. Okay, I don't know what that means. The god Gozer took his thoughts. Oh, right, okay. So, Gozer took the form of whatever they were thinking about. Oh, I don't remember it that way. I remember it to do with some... Oh, I think that... And the guy said he'd just thought about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Got you. So that was actually Gozer that was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. So the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man wasn't actually angry. It was the Gozer guy that was angry. Got you. Why didn't they think of something like a kitten? I'm going to take the form of whatever you think about. I'd be like, all right then, an ant. Done. I mean, it would have been a very flat ending to the film, wouldn't it? It would have been a very disappointing ending. Days, how was Raw? It was okay. It's been okay. It's not been the greatest thing we've ever seen. It's the main event and we're talking about Ghostbusters. That should be an indicator, shouldn't it? I feel like Asuka should have her first win at WrestleMania. Goza the Gazarian. Is that his name? Goza the Gazarian. I've seen the film when I was young. I haven't seen it. I don't know when I last saw it. I tell you which one I tend to see on TV a bit more. The one with the painting. Isn't that the second one? I think I see the second one. I've never seen any others. I've never seen the women one. I won't watch it. I refuse. I've never seen the kids one as well. So yeah, it's been a long time since seen that first one. The Marshmallow Man is just the Michelin guy turned heel, said young Heath Ledger. When you're single, there's no one to be found who will hit on you or anything. But the second that you get married or are married, bam! Everyone in the world in the woodwork appears, said Cynthia. Oh, why are you getting some attention, Cynthia? Is that what's happening? All right. Jeez. Bragging away. All right. Maggie says true as well. Oh, okay. There we go. We've got MILFs. We've got MILFs in the community. Let's go. Love that. Marshmallow was mad when LGBT got involved and marshmallows became multicolored. Can you get multicolored marshmallows? I have not seen those. Would I eat those? I would eat those. I'm just saying, there wouldn't be different flavors, would they? I'm going to America, end of April. I'm looking forward to trying some more of your treats. So I'm looking forward to that. Right, we've got Jay going over. If I was a wrestler, I would try my hardest to keep my rating at 69, said Mitchell. Drew has got Jay up. Jay on his feet. Into the corner goes Drew. Jay back to the corner. Do you like Asuka? I really like Asuka. We've got candy corn. Yeah. Cheap as well. So that'll be good. Over here it's expensive. Oh my god. I could drown. I could have a bath in candy corn. Over here you get a little bag for like £7. Have you ever had a s'more? How dare you? How dare you, sir? No, I haven't actually. Isn't that like 2 biscuits with like some chocolate in the middle or something? No. Could try it. Boom. Big shot there by Jay. What's the plan for Florida? Are you doing any meetups? There's no plans for any meetups, to be honest, just because I think people in our community are all over the place. I don't think there's lots of people in Florida. If there was like a sizable community there, then yeah, I'd be interested, but of course I would. But there's no plans or anything at the moment. I just want to go and just hit like toy hunting. And just go to as many like toy places. I'd like to get to NXT if possible. And probably go Hogan's Beach Shop. I don't know. I'm really focused on where can I get footage? Where can I film? I'm very dialed in on getting some toy hunts onto the channel. It's been a long time. Timothy said, I've PM'd you on X about what 4DX movie is. Jay, oh my god! Colliding into Drew. Well, is that just a 4D movie with like sound and water and all that stuff? It's visuals with motion seats and environmental effects. I have seen that. I've been in one of those. They did in Florida a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids one that I went to. Freaked me out because there was this bit where all these rats, I think they're released from a cage and they all come like jumping off the screen. They don't actually jump, but Oh, here's Solo. But you can feel them scurrying around your feet. It's actually just little bursts of air. It's horrible. I felt like all these rats were running around your feet. Oh my God, it was horrible. So Solo with a distraction. Shoulder up by Jey. Oh, here comes Cody. Cody has spotted Solo. Cody making his way down. Cody and Solo going at it. Cody and Solo. Cody and Solo. Clothesline. Solo over the barricades. Cody and Solo going at it in the crowd. Well, this has woke the crowd up. Crowd have woken up out of their slumber. Drew McIntyre looking to kick there by Jey. And again. Drew goes down to one knee. Another kick coming in there by Jey. Against the rope. Spear! Jey in a good position right now. Drew is down. Jey going to the outside. There's Jimmy. No yeets. No yeets. No yeets. Mr. No yeets. Jimmy has distracted Jey. Claymore. Claymore connects. And Drew wins. Once again, Jimmy has cost Jey. So Jimmy has got a chair. Doo-doo. We're going to get a beat down. He's got a steel chair. Jey has got a Jimmy problem. Here's Seth. Seth's come running down with that championship. He goes straight past Drew. Straight past Drew. Super kick there by Seth. Seth is now medically cleared. He's got to be careful. I'm sure Drew is in the ring. He is. Claymore! Claymore! Claymore by Drew to Seth, and Seth is down. Do the right thing, he said to him. Do the right thing. So I think he wants him to not focus. Keep your focus. Keep your focus on me. Do the right thing. CM Punk chants, man. CM Punk chants. Well, the last 5 minutes got goods. There was lots of things going down. Right. What's the date? There we go. Okay, I'm getting up the poll so that you can vote on the second channel. Want to get your thoughts? Want to get your votes? That's okay. Let's upload that. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's go back. I've got the link if you want to vote. So if you want to vote on the second channel, the link is in the chat. There it is. So you can vote away on the second channel. Days, I'm new. I got tired of watching JD. I hope your show is better, said Des. Welcome. To be honest, we're live during the shows, not really after the shows. But yeah, I think during the shows we have a really good community. I don't think that we are any sort of competition for JD. JD does like post-show streams. We don't do that, to be honest. So we do something a bit different over here. but welcome. We are live during the shows. We're live during Raw, NXT, SmackDown, premium live events. There will be a review after. We've got the unseen videos as well, so certainly got plenty of content. But yeah, it's just a place really to share your thoughts. I mean, everyone's honest opinions are welcome. Definitely looking to get different perspectives and different thoughts. And it can throw up some really interesting theories, so yeah, welcome. That's what I would say. Days, put up the opinion thing so that I can go to bed. Days and chat, have a great night. Do I want to see Seth against Jey? I think I do, said Mike. Seth against Jey? They're on the same side, aren't they? I mean, yeah, you could see the match, but I think they're on the same side. Bronson and Sammy was kind of interesting tonight. Just because something could, I mean, that gauntlet could turn into a ladder match. But equally, it could be that we do get some feuds that come out of it that then go to WrestleMania. So, Bronson and Sammy. I mean, Sammy's going to be looking for Bronson after he got jumped tonight. Maybe there's a bit of potential for something there. Still need to know what we're doing with Andrade as well. Andrade and Dominic, there's something happening there. So I don't know if it's going to be Andrade and Dominic at WrestleMania, but there's something going down there as well. Thank you, Days. You helped me get through some bad days. Also gave me a smile. I hope someone does the same for you. Missy, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, but I'm glad that you had fun. Gerald said, what are your WrestleMania predictions? Well, we need to see the card first, don't we? Actually, predicting the card, we did a video a few weeks back as to what that could look like. Probably needs redoing now, to be honest. In regards to WrestleMania predictions, I mean, we're a few weeks away from that. We need to get the matches there or thereabouts. How many matches have actually been announced for WrestleMania? Let's have a little look, shall we? WrestleMania 40. I think we're looking at about 4 or so, is it? 5. So Seth against Drew. It's actually sorted them into nights on Wikipedia, which is interesting. Has it been announced? Have they actually announced them for certain nights? Or are they just guessing, I wonder? But here, it's got night 2, Seth and Drew, Roman and Cody, as being listed as night 2. Night to be announced, Io Bailey, Rhea, Becky, and Gunther versus the Gauntlet winner. So those are to be announced. I think the tag match is pretty much guaranteed as well. I know they haven't quite given their answer yet, so I understand why that's not here. But it's going to be accepted, isn't it? I think we all know it's going to be accepted. So 5 matches is what we've got. No, they've announced it showed the night on the graphic. Oh, so they've announced it and they showed it. Oh, okay. Well, that passed me by. So that is going to be night 2. That's interesting. That's interesting. I've got a 2K24 stream starting now on New Legacy Inc. If anyone in on New Legacy Inc. Mike said, what happens first? Dominic turns face or Andrade wins the US title? Well, I think Andrade is on the wrong show, isn't he? So I think they'll keep Dominic heel, to be honest. So I'd probably go with Andrade winning the US title, but I can't see that happening anytime soon because he's on the wrong brand. And I don't know if he's like permanently on Raw, but we keep seeing him on Raw. So, and there's clearly something going on between him and Judgment Day, so I feel like he's on Raw. Have a great night, says Cynthia. Can't wait for 2K24 gameplay on Friday, said City Fan. Kabuki Warriors against the Bella Twins, says Gerald. That'll be fun. Johnny said, good night. I am going to go and watch some episodes of the Rick Grimes spin-off. I've got a question. When you go to Florida, are you going to Hogan's Beach Shop? Yeah. I've been before, and it was really good. Really enjoyed it. But, yeah, I have not I've not been for about 5 years. I haven't been to Florida in about 5-6 years. So I'm sure there's new stuff there, and I'm sure it's changed a little bit. So, yeah, we'll pop back. Yeah, it has announced that Seth and Drew will co-main event night 2. What do you rate the show? Well, I'm off to do that now. So I'm going to go and do a quick review. It's so quick, I won't even make a thumbnail for it. I will literally just put it up. There won't be timestamps or anything. I'll try and make it 5 to 10 minutes, but I think we all know it'll probably be longer. That'll be up in probably about half an hour or so, and then I'm going to start work on Unseen, but that is going to take hours to put together. I feel like there's going to be plenty of reaction to tonight's show. Yeah, I'm going to go off and do that now. So, appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I hope you have a good evening doing whatever it is that you're doing. Don't forget, we are back live tomorrow. NXT. We're live an hour before the show and all throughout the show. Obviously, we got Wrestling Escape Pod as well. But NXT were back on this channel. And then, of course, we're back on Friday. There's Unseens every night. And we had 2 go up today, so you've been spoiled. But there will be another one that goes up later. I've already got some interesting stuff for that, actually, so should be good. But we'll see what else we can find. And that's it. Appreciate the support. Have a great evening, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.